Welcome back to Little Tokyo, where some big news has just reached the big cheese.
A video game? A video game? 30 years later and these old-fashioned furballs are getting a new video game? These darn pizza cats are always stealing my spotlight. I haven't felt this angry since our cartoon show stopped airing on TV.
Calm down, Simo. If the pizza cats are getting a new game, that means we will be cast as the main villains, right? Our voice actors are even recording the scene that we're doing right now.
But I'm supposed to be the lead. I'm probably not even going to be a playable character.
Calm down, Cheese. I have a plan. We could bribe the animators to draw a super powerful robot for us. And then we can get rid of those pesky pizza cats once and for all.
Bribe the animators? What a brilliant idea. And with those annoying pizza cats out of the way, I'll become the new emperor of Little Tokyo once and for all.
Oh no! Isn't there anyone who can stop this cast-off supervillain?
So, the big cheese is up to his old tricks again, huh?
Well, we've got 9 lives, plus continues.
And when the game gets tough, you know who to call.
We are the Samurai Pizza Cats!
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Samurai Pizza Cats are back with a brand new video game. The Big Cheese has an evil scheme up his sleeve, and it's up to you, the player, to stop him from taking over Little Tokyo. Switch between your favorite cats, Speedy, Guido, and Polyester, and get ready for some nostalgic pepperoni action. So put on your best pajamas, because we're going to party like it's 1991 with the return of the Samurai Pizza Cats!
Ah, the accursed town of Tombwater. Tell me, lone gunslinger, why have you come to this decrepit settlement? Monsters roam the streets, and horrors lie beneath. There's something sinister in the soil. A curse that's hidden under it all. No one leaves Tombwater alive. And it won't be long until you succumb to the madness.
the park to break down, do you?
I guess not.
Rule number 2. You must be the appropriate height to ride the rides. If your head doesn't reach the arm, that means you can't ride.
That's not fair!
Remember, this is for your safety, Ella. Rule number 3. If there's a hat in the park, follow the exit signs and get out.
Hey, what happened to the lights?
Rule number 4.
Elliot, what's going on?
Don't be afraid. There's no reason to fear us.
Elliot!
Rule number 5. If you feel a panic setting in, remember to take deep breaths.
Someone stop him! Please, Elliot, stop!
Rule number 6. Don't close your eyes, or you'll miss the best part.
Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. This is an 18+ space. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and interests outside of your comfort zone. Try to have an open mind and good faith. Please respect the space and treat yourself and others with respect.
Welcome everybody to the Fluff Bite Entertainment System. Your safe space to get outside your comfort zone. I'm Fantasia Bite. I'll be your host for the evening and probably well into the early morning of tomorrow, because as our regulars know, our streams tend to go on for 8 to 14 hours. Which is why we try to have only one stream a week, if we can help it. Especially because we're doing a lot of stuff. If folks are following us lately, you might notice that we've been drawing a lot, like a lot. We did do an episode of a podcast, which we have neglected to edit, but we do plan to post. And we're also working with one of our friends on a visual novel. We got a lot going on. And we hope you're well and staying as busy as you need to be, because in times like this, being alone with your thoughts can be a treacherous occurrence. It's like if you stay still, you fall into a witch's labyrinth. It's so weird. You just find yourself spiraling. We've been doing sort of okay in that regard. We honestly could probably help to be more pro-social, but we've been working on working with other people and trying to communicate more, but we're still kind of in our bubble. We're kind of pushing a little bit, but we're still kind of timid about it. We're still kind of recovering from when things were even worse in terms of like our self-esteem, especially in being like an artist and visible on the internet and all the stuff that came with that, especially when that one guy tried to lolcow us, and I was just like, ugh. We're trying to do more again and be more visible and trying to somehow manage our time even without ADHD meds. And we've experienced some success. Our week wasn't too bad, but we left the house more often than usual. I don't know if we count as a hikikomori anymore. I think we're in like a sort of gray area with that. Though we still don't have a lot of substantial flesh space connections outside of the people that we directly live with, and we definitely want to change that, because we also been encouraging people to like build community. I think we did like a Blue Sky post like yesterday, being like, "Hey, I'm begging and pleading, please, have community outside of like your extended polycule." And I guess that's a very targeted attack, because not everyone's like that. But I think in especially a lot of the circles that we know, and sort of by the nature of, you know, birds of a feather flock together, especially as those feathers stack on top of each other and overlap. But I do feel like the hyper-individualism of everyone having like their own Discord server and mostly staying in their Discord server, and it's like your digital house, and people are more free to come and go to a Discord server than they are a literal house, but you still have that sort of anxiety. It's like, oh, I don't know, especially if the people who are commonly there aren't really people that you commonly brush shoulders with. So a lot of people naturally tend to stay in their own little house. I guess you could say it's like a dorm. It's like a house and a dorm. It's like it's a dorm, and then everyone has their own apartment thingy. And I don't dislike like little chat servers and stuff like that, but I think that even without the social media aspect, it can be really easy to self-isolate and to look over the fence and be like, oh my gosh, that person has so many people active. Like, there's like 12 people in that VC right now. And it's intimidating. And it'll continue to be intimidating, especially if you have anxiety like us. But we're trying to be more out there, but we have been also doing like emotional labor for friends here and there. A lot of people are like not okay. We keep reiterating that a lot of people are not okay because it's kind of something that we can't really escape, and it's like we feel fortunate to be as mentally stable as we are right now, but overall we recognize that in a lot of ways the house is on fire. It's like the house is on fire in Rapture. Just can't swim away, you know? And I guess you could say my mask is on, mostly, and it's, I have been trying to control my breathing as I help others. I think that's kind of where we are, but also, you know, trying to do our art and, like, feel good about it despite the circumstances. There was a thingy, I forgot, there was like a thread we saw of someone talking about like artists and like that feeling of like in these like turbulent times or during a revolution, or you know, like when there's no bread, like was the use of an artist. Even Bo Burnham was like, what is the use of me right now, like me just telling jokes, and that was back during like COVID stuff. And I think that it's really easy for artists to feel useless. It's like, I can't do anything with this paintbrush. And this person had a thread talking about like, okay, don't think you're gonna save the world, but also, you know, art is useful and like feeds the spirit, and like people need levity, people need rest. And I know we're in a gray area because a lot of what we do is entertainment, but we also like to have a space where people can feel safe to discuss and like exist in the current place that we're all in, I guess. We're very much like neurodivergent weirdo haven, right? So like we're constantly challenged by the times that we're in, but I think that we're at least staying on the treadmill as best we can given the circumstances, and we're trying to help others do that too. But we realize our own limitations, and you know, being a disabled person and stuff like that, and we don't go out to protest. We haven't done that in a while, and you know, sometimes living is survival, but like we feel that the place that we are in doing art does allow some feeding of the spirit, I think. I don't want to be like arrogant about it, but like, you know, barely visible, but you know, from the very little feedback that we do get about our work, yeah, something positive is gained, and that's good enough for us. But welcome to the stream, everybody. I hope I did not meander too much that you didn't understand. I was kind of going from one feeling to the next. There's a lot of stuff that I want to talk about today. Maybe I should go to just chatting first. There's some stuff. But I will show the schedule for today, so folks know, and so folks can plan. Honestly, something about a double-edged sword about living in the current internet and the current way that people are like trained to be or conditioned to be, like sometimes it's easy to forget. Do you ever have that moment when you're asking, when you're like, oh, I've been seeing this this ad or this thing has been coming up my feed all the time, and it's like, and you realize that you're on a different part of the internet than someone else because it hasn't graced their eyeballs yet? And I guess by the same measure, it's like when you see someone post something and it's like, oh my god, this was just on my feed. It's like the exact opposite of that feeling. Like we all have our own like people talk about echo chambers, sure, but like we all have our own like algorithms, unless you decouple yourself from those things. A lot of decentralized stuff, you know. On average, you're gonna have a lot of stuff tracking you and targeting you and filtering things to your direct tastes and stuff. Like, we get Monster Hunter Wilds ads, like I'm sure a lot of people do on Twitch, but like literally we have like 7 different people on our friends list playing it, so of course we're getting ads for it. We all have like these our own little pockets of like how the world is filtered through like how we interact with it. Like okay, so it existed before like just AI scraping was happening, obviously, but it also reminds me of that, and like the stealing of the approximation of something that someone might call ethereal, that by becoming data becomes almost mundane. But at the same time, like sometimes YouTube really is hitting it out of the park with every video they're suggesting me, and sometimes autoplay is just going for an hour and an hour and an hour and an hour, and it's just like, oh yeah, I could just feed this directly into my eyeballs. And it's like a weird equilibrium, and it's not even something that keeps you happy, but it keeps you engaged, because all these platforms want you to stay on the thing. And so like we're kind of like hamsters on the wheel of data. Like, we're producing data, but we're also consuming and like and filtering data. Today, we were trying to log in to Restream, the thing we use to dual stream, and we had to wait 10 minutes because we failed not putting in our password, but the CAPTCHA. We kept failing the CAPTCHAs. It's like, I'm just feeding data to this machine so it can better know what a bike is, and it's like tearing my hair out trying to do the stuff on our to-do list early enough. And it's just like a weird moment of just like, it's a weird thing to know you're being mined for data, but it's another thing to feel like you're stuck in a video game, but it's your life because you're being mined for data. It made me like hyper aware of it in the moment. But I digress. We all have our own little bubbles of existence of like of our interests filtered through our interests, filtered through the things that we react to and interact with, and the things we search, usually. And I've been trying to get outside of that a little bit more, because it's really easy to have very myopic and narrow thinking, even about what the average person thinks, if you're too in your head, and I guess like too in your algorithms and the neighboring algorithms of like the people around you. Like pretty much everyone who you're friends with that watches most of the same YouTube videos as you. I was gonna show the schedule. March 14th. Wow. Okay, so we're starting with a demo today. It's for a game called Dice and Goblins. It's like a 2.5D turn-based dungeon crawler. It has like 3D environments for like moving around, but it has like these 2D paper sprites, like a Paper Mario kind of thing going on. And it seemed really cool and interesting. We play a little bit of it already, and it has like kind of a, I'll talk about it later, but it definitely made us think of like maybe like a little bit of dungeon meshy, or that kind of like cottage, I guess it's not cottage core, like dungeon cottage dungeon vibe, where it's like you're in a dungeon but it's cozy, you know? Dungeon cozy. I'm not sure if people have coined a genre term for that yet. And then we're gonna be playing Bayonetta, Cereza, and the Lost Demon. That's basically like Bayonetta 0. It's when Bayonetta's a kid and she's lost in the woods, basically doing some like epic training on accident as she teams up with a demon. Usually, like later in the series, her hair. She puts demons in her hair and attacks with them, but she doesn't have that power yet. So she tried to summon a demon and it got into her stuffed toy, but it won't leave her alone. And it's like a storybook sort of thing. It's a puzzle game, but it also has some action gaming elements. It's like I guess it's like a light action character action game, sort of. I mean, it has dodge rolls. And then I'll finish off with Peripeteia, which is an early access lane. It's lane core, Ghost in the Shell core, like Deus Ex like. It's an immersive sim in a like cyberpunk Poland, and it's like really, it's like has that retrocore aesthetic. Has like a lot of breakcore in the soundtrack, and it has a lot of like rain and just like quiet moments, but also cool shootouts and weird cybernetic implants. And you have like a big anime head. And at some point, I'll be talking about the topic of the day, which are what are the limits to reclamation? When are you comfortable reclaiming something? You can answer one or both of those questions, but at some point I'll like sit down and metaphorically sit down. I'm already sitting down. I will metaphorically sit down and like, you know, kind of wax poetic about it. And that's basically the crust. That's the crux of our trajectory for today. Okay, but we're gonna do a little chatting at first because we had an article up we wanted to read because it is the perfect encapsulate. We're gonna read an article that is the perfect encapsulation of the space in which we exist, I guess. Let's talk about tariffs through the contents of adult diapers. So, some of you who do wear diapers in our audience may know of Try-Agains from Pretend Again, which are like pretty much the most expensive ABDL brand on the market. And for people who are very not aware, although ADBL diapers can be considered fetish gear, they can also be considered medical incontinence gear because they use the same technology for disposable ABDL diapers as you would find in the top grade medical diapers. And actually, the ADBL market is weirdly healthy competition for the incontinence brands because the standard, the bar is higher, is heightened so much. And Pretend Again, I will say, in my honest opinion, is probably the best diaper on the market. I mean, for comfortability and not sponsored, for comfortability and like capacity, it's really good. the next time we buy diapers, we're probably not gonna buy them because they're already pretty expensive. But, like, if we ever have a choice, we usually go to them. And it's especially interesting to the trajectory of that company because within the contents of ADBL diapers in general, it's, I mean, for like the last, I don't know, like 10 or 12 years, like, the industry has been constantly growing and more companies have gotten a foothold. I wouldn't say it's a monopoly. There's plenty of companies that there's enough different companies that you can have like a very nuanced political take based on which diaper companies you care for or, you know, like or dislike or do not shop at. Especially because a particular diaper company tried to like copyright like onesie and some other like very, very generic like terms in the community, and it was just like kind of gross. It would be like a video game company. Honestly, it was kind of like the Fine Brothers thing where it's like the Reacts, like getting Reacts copyrighted, even though it didn't end up happening, and it was just like a big community wide like backlash, and I was like, why would you do that? That's so like business headed to like such a tone deaf degree of why people like engage in community in the first place. But like I said, like ADBL diapers have risen the bar for adult diapers in general, and there's honestly a lot of crossover between like straight up just medical incontinence brands and ADBL and what's more clearly ABDL brands. There's incontinence brands that now have like different prints and stuff like that. Honestly, the ADBL community has done a lot of work for destigmatizing incontinence, in our honest opinion. Although obviously it's not for everyone. I feel like generally as an incontinent person, I feel respected. But regardless of all of that, I say that all on the table of like there's been like a lot of a big history of it. I could honestly do an iceberg video on the history of like ADBL diaper brands, but I think that Pretend Again is really interesting in the market because they're like really, really new, but they're from a brand that already existed. And something that a lot of people value in the ADBL community is having like the company is actually owned by people who are in the community, and not just people who want to make money off of the community. And that has been really important, especially because they employ and I think are run by a lot of like community artists, and like their prints and stuff like are from artists in the community, and they have had merch like clothing and like mouse pads and stuff. Like before we ever bought a diaper from them, we had like a big stuff on our wish list of like pajamas and like blankets and pillows and stuff we want from them because it's just like nice, comfy, cool stuff, and like very much in the way of like furries who are very much into the like cartoon like aesthetics. Like they have a lot of stuff that like appeals to that, and they built up based on that, and then they decided to make a really expensive diaper, and they were like, yo, wait, listen, I know this is the most expensive diaper on the market now, basically, but we put a lot of work into it, and we actually think that it's actually worth it. And a lot of people, including ourselves, agree. It's what a lot of people swear by. And that is to say that generally, in terms of like being well liked and being thought of as like good for the community, I think that this company is probably like one of, if not like has the most trust in the community right now. I would say. So it was really funny that it was this company, and they do blog posts on their stuff about the like ADBL community and diapers and stuff like that, and it's really interesting stuff. We should read articles on their blog, from their blog more actually. But we thought it was really interesting because this came across our feed because One of our friends, Leaf, was like, "Oh, fucking diaper companies understand tariffs more than the U.S. government." And of course, right now, because a lot of people say voted for a genocidal tyrant and didn't know what tariffs were and are now regretting their choice, it is now very popular to be like, ha ha ha, you didn't know what tariffs were. But, you know, there's a lot of political and economic stuff that's really hard to understand. So, like, not knowing off the top of your head is totally understandable, though you should really do research before you decide that something doesn't matter, obviously. And of course, we don't understand everything about economic stuff, so we'll never sit here and say that we are experts. But we knew that would be bad, as I'm sure other people realized. Hey Fantasia, how's life? I could complain, but I'm in my element, and if we're streaming and I am laughing, then I think that I'm having a good day to some degree, regardless of anything else. So I'll say I'm doing good. How are you? Wow, that was like a video game company copywriting save points. Or save points. Oh yeah, exactly. Gosh, I would I hope that we don't get into that dark timeline where Capcom tries to do that. I mean, we're already in a world where video game mechanics have been copywritten. Like, what was it, the fucking, like, I think it was called, like, the Nemesis system from, the Mordor games? Yeah, incontinence is not for everyone, but the older you get, the more likely it is for you. Oh, yeah, for sure. Though, what I was saying in terms of, like, ADBO versus, like, more, sterilized-looking incontinence products, I guess you could say. Although most companies also, have some sort of, like, kind of, like, white or, like, very, like, basic, not, like, overly cutesy designs or prints or whatever. So there is a little bit of variety for sure. I was saying that it's not for everyone to have like prints or cutesy designs and stuff like that. But generally, being able to wear for a fair amount of time, like, not feeling uncomfortable with wetting, not leaking. I mean, a lot of the key things an incontinent person would value in a diaper, ADBL is also going to value in a diaper, just generally. There is overlap with everyone who wears diapers, I would say, to some degree. Especially comfort. But yeah, Pretend Again thought that it would be useful to explain to their community why diaper sales are going up and how they're handling it. United States tariff impacts on diapers. Today we're going to walk you through A, what a tariff is, B, how a tariff affects the price of diapers, and ultimately 3, how tariffs affect you. So grab a fresh sippy cup and get comfy. It's story time. Yay! To understand tariffs, you also need to understand a little bit about how manufacturing works and the journeys diapers take in getting to your butt. Your diaper's journey home. In a magic land where all things are handmade by machines, there is a factory. There is no ordinary factory, though. It is a magic factory. A magic factory? Okay, so these aren't links. They just emphasize that. This factory doesn't make hollow chocolate bunnies, lumber for houses, or crayons for coloring books. This factory makes diapers. Not just any diapers, though. These are diapers in your size. The factory works all day and night using glue, paper, pulp, sap, cotton, and other words only grown-ups know. Finally, the factory completes its magic, and a big crate filled with cases and cases of diapers is placed on a boat, headed to the store for sale. The boat sets off, crossing the seas for almost endless days and nights. Especially, the boat reaches its destination port, and the cargo is checked by customs agents from the government. These agents are responsible for making sure taxes, called duties, are paid on products, often called goods, coming into the country. That's the port, and that's customs. Customs is kind of mean. The customs agent stops when checking the diapers on the boat and turns to the crew. Sorry, there's been a change in tariffs and we have to apply a 27.5% tax on the value of these goods. The boat crew doesn't like it and frowns, but pays the tax so the diapers are able to get into the train and head to HQ for sale. A few days later, the train pulls up in the HQ and the cases of diapers are loaded into the warehouse for sale. As the store is updated, the tariff is noticed. Our costs are higher? Why? Tariffs, asked the grown-ups. After a long meeting, the grown-ups made an announcement. We are being forced to pay more to sell diapers, so we'll need to make some updates to keep our business healthy. Updates to diaper purchases. Tariffs are applied to products being imported into a country and imposed by and paid to the receiving country's government. Tariffs are not paid by the sending country. Tariff costs are passed down to the business and increase their overall costs. The impact can vary. Large companies can often absorb the costs with little effect, whereas small companies, like Pretend Again, cannot absorb the tariffs without going out of business. Tariffs have been placed on the materials in diapers. To account for this, a new item will appear on any diaper order called Trump Tariff Surcharge and show the specific amount which was added to the diapers by the current U.S. government administration. This three-point path has been chosen with our customers in mind. We want to make it clear that the tariff surcharge is not money that in any way is used to increase Pretend Again's financial benefit. It is our belief that raising our diaper prices for a temporary cost fluctuation invites prices to permanently stay higher, which is not in the long-term interest of the ADBL community. I wish the video game community was like this, because we're about to have $80 video games be the norm. And a lot of companies have been continually taking advantage of increases because of inflation to keep prices high so they can just charge more because they know that people will stomach it because it's like everything's going up, so it kind of blends in with all the other stuff because you don't get to see what's behind the scenes a lot of the time, which is why it makes sense that they're literally showing how much more they had to pay and the difference and how it had to be passed down to you. To make it clear that this added cost is where this added cost is coming from and why the tariff surcharge is on your purchase that includes diapers. 3. To respect your trust in us by being as transparent as possible, in line with our company values. In the event these tariffs are lifted, you will see the surcharge removed. We plan to review our restock tariffs and address the surcharge as necessary to keep Pretend Again afloat while the tariffs are added or increased from our manufacturers abroad. Make no mistake, nobody wins with these adjustments are necessary. This decision is made with extreme consideration and thought by our team. We look forward to when the surcharge is no longer in effect. Learn more. For more info on tariffs, you can check the Harmonized Tariff Schedule. For help with the schedule or latest changes, you should contact HTS. For a news article about the tariffs, see this article from Verge. For the latest news on tariffs, check a reliable news source, such as the Associated Press or Reuters. I think we can go to one more article, so we can understand tariffs in a more generalized perspective. LOL, that was a joke about incontinence due to age. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. Everyone's incontinent eventually, if you live long enough. Well, I guess actually, when you die, you become incontinent because if there's anything in your bowels or your bladder, you release it. So, and you're incontinent upon death. We should name a song that Incontinent Upon Death. Fuck. Whew. Donald Trump's tariffs explained. Trump imposed an additional 10% tax on all goods coming from China. He also imposed 25% tariffs on goods from Mexico and Canada. This is from March 4th, so it's all still from this month. If you live in the US, congratulations. You are now a foot soldier in what has been called the dumbest trade war in history. And if you live in one of the top 3 countries that trade the most with the US, Canada, Mexico, and China, apologies. You're part of this as well. Donald Trump loves tariffs despite regularly misrepresenting how they work, and after months of saying that he would impose them on goods coming into the US, he made good on his promise this week. There is 10% tax on all products from China imposed as of February, plus an extra 10% announced this week. After pausing tariffs on the Canadian and Mexican goods last month, those also apply as of March 4th, a whopping 25% on our neighbors that will affect everything from lumber to tomatoes. There is a deep misunderstanding of tariffs, in part thanks to Trump's false claims. Who pays tariffs? What do they actually do? How do they affect customers? Let's talk about it. What's a tariff exactly? Leave the word tariff aside for a second and think about it like this. It's a tax. Specifically, tariffs are a tax set by the government on goods and services that come from abroad. They can be as wide-reaching as a tax on everything coming in from China, or as narrow, a tax on certain items from a certain country, and typically are a percentage of the value of the things being imported. Trump's initial executive order on tariffs on Chinese products was a blanket 10% tax on everything coming in from the country, plus an additional 10% on top of that as of March. His taxes on goods from China and Mexico are similarly broad. Everything imported into the US from these countries will get a 25% tax applied, except for Canadian oil, which will be pegged at 10%. Ah, I see. He's afraid to do even more on the oil. One of the easiest ways to piss off the American people as a leader, be directly responsible for gas prices going up. Is that even legal? Like many of Trump's actions in the flurry of the last few weeks, to be fair, he's not popular at all, so keep that in mind. Like many of Trump's actions in the flurry of the last few weeks, the way he imposed tariffs is of questionable legality. As Politico reports, Trump levied tariffs in a way that no other president has in history, using a 50-year-old law called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEEPA. The U.S. Constitution gives Congress the power to levy tariffs, but in practice, and over the course of many decades, the president is given more authority to set tariff policy, particularly on the basis of national security. While the manner of Trump went about imposing sweeping tariffs is unique, it's part of a larger trend in U.S. history. Congress has become less effective in subsequent year for almost 40 years, says Caitlin Ann Edwards, an economist and policy consultant. As a result of Congress being incapable of passing meaningful reforms, the office of the presidency is expanded to the fullest extent possible, till the executive branch has taken up basically all the air in the room. I know my American education wasn't very good, but I remember there was like this thing called checks and balances, and it was supposed to keep any one branch of government from having too much power. Whatever, let's not think about that right now. What we've seen this week is a rerun of Trump's tariff strategy during his first term. In 2019, he also attempted to use the IEEPA to threaten a 5% tariff on Mexico, but ultimately backed down. Trump had announced a series of broader actions Mexico would take, but later reporting indicated that Mexico had already agreed to them months before. Sound familiar? Who pays for tariffs? Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance have regularly lied about tariffs, or have no concept of how they work, which is maybe even more concerning. At many rallies during the 2024 campaign, Trump said other countries would be taxed using U.S. import tariffs. This claim is unequivocally false, Edwards says. A tariff is paid by the entity importing the product, whether that's Target or Apple or the Trump campaign merch store, for example. Sometimes it could even be individual shoppers. More on that later. The money goes into the U.S. Treasury and is a relatively small portion of the federal revenue. It's amounted to less than 2% of the last 70 years. Last year, Customs and Border Protection collected $77 billion in tariffs, or 1.5% of the federal revenue. Even if a department store pays the tariffs initially, the additional cost is likely to burden customers. Companies are in a business to make money after all. If Target has to pay on every good that they import from Canada and sell in their stores, Target is paying that tax. But they're not paying for it, they're not paying it, Edward says. They're passing it on to someone else. You know, just kind of how, like, capitalism encourages you to, make your overhead as small as possible by any means necessary. Because the lower you can, the more you can charge for a thing, and the less you can pay for the production and distribution of that thing, the more money you make. Line go up. Economists agree that the cost of tariffs ultimately fall on customers, and there's data from Trump's first presidency to illustrate that point. You can't control the price consequences of tariffs. Quote someone. In 2018, Trump imposed steep tariffs on imported washing machines as he vowed to put American businesses first, a move celebrated by companies like Whirlpool. But researchers at the Federal Revenue and the University of Chicago found something interesting. Not only did the price of washing machines go up, but also the price of dryers. All in all, the tariffs cost customers around $1.5 billion a year, while the revenue from the tariffs the U.S. collected was just $82 million. Washing machines went up by around $86, and dryers went up by $92. The researchers found, even though dryers were not subject to tariffs. Washers and dryers are typically purchased in pairs, and a likely explanation for the parallel price increase is the company selling the appliances didn't want to raise the price of one but not the other. Ugh, that's so gross! You could just not do the one that wouldn't be affected, but of course, it's like, well, we can get away with it. Instead of bumping up the washer by 20%, they spread the increase across two products. For example, it wasn't just imported washers and dryers that got more expensive. Domestic brands, including Whirlpool, also bumped up their prices. Oh, because they want to compete with the market. This is exactly what Pretend Again was just saying, because they don't want to normalize. They don't want to normalize in the market the price increase being permanent and just being the way that it is, in a way that's like, they didn't want to use it as an excuse for piggybacking off of that that overhead increase as a way to have an overall cost increase so they can make more money on top of splitting the difference. Damn, I can't believe I can't believe adult baby diaper companies have more actually, I can believe it that they have more honor than Sears or Whirlpool or wherever. Honestly, they certainly have more honor than any video game company, at least any major one. Christ, we're having a day, aren't we? Washers and dryers simply purchased in pairs. It's a lesson in the fact that you can't control the price consequences of tariffs, Edward says. Yeah, because every company is going to do something different. When will we feel the effects of tariffs? The ripple effects of tariffs depend on a lot of factors, including how tariffs are implemented, the industries they cover, and how companies in the industries are structured, to name a few. Trump's tariffs are sweeping and immediate, as opposed to targeted at specific products or industries or phased in over time. Customer-facing companies have every incentive to not shock customers, says Monica Gorman, managing director at Corwell Global Advisors and deputy assistant secretary for manufacturing under former President Joe Biden. They're going to want to do their best to continue to provide a competitively priced product for customers, but the importer pays the tariffs. So at some point, those costs have to be absorbed somehow. It also depends on what the market for the product or industry is. Competitive industries might wait until they use up existing inventory of purchased goods and then raise prices as new inventory comes in, says Susan Helper. That's Helper. That's an interesting last name to have. Says Susan Helper, professor of economics at Case Warren Reserve University and chief economist at the Department of Commerce under former President Barack Obama. If they have market power, they might raise prices immediately, having noticed in advance that the price of their products will rise. Again, I'm thinking of pretending again because they literally have the most expensive diapers on the market, basically. The foreign companies can also decide that they absorb some of the tariffs, so that if the tariff is 25%, they may lower their price so that the customer doesn't feel the full 25% of tariff, Helper says. That's not typical, but it does happen in some cases. How companies respond to tariffs also depends on what other choices customers have. Say, someone who is considering buying a foreign car will now opt for an American one, Helper says. In competitive industries where shoppers have a substitute, companies may try to minimize the price increase, but ultimately customers have two options. They can find the substitute or simply buy less. I mean, that's a big thing too, especially in the land of the free. A lot of people are not buying as much. Before we honestly had to puke, we were reading a Newsweek article about why are Americans spending less? And it's like everything is getting more expensive and everyone is more economically insecure. Lack of health insurance getting gutted. Like it's that old painting where it's like, or that old illustration where it's like that kind of like screw clamp press, and it's the rich pressing on the poor and it's just squeezing out all the money possible. That's what's happening right now. Gosh. I wonder what the answer to this question is going to be. Did tariffs create jobs in the U.S.? A cornerstone of Trump's sales pitch for tariffs on imports has been that the move would create and protect jobs in the U.S. Why does it feel like every American president is like just leans on that for almost anything they do economically? It'll create jobs, I promise. The higher the tariff, the more likely it is the company will continue into the United States and build a factory in the United States so it doesn't have to pay the tariff, Trump said in one interview. Research has shown some previous tariffs Trump imposed didn't bring in jobs in those industries. Oh. Funny that. Helper says she is more sympathetic to the argument that tariffs could create jobs than many economists, but with an important caveat. Tariffs have to be part of a larger program to nurture a domestic industry. And there are important considerations to keep in mind when anyone promises to reshore lost manufacturing jobs. For one, you tend not to get many jobs to begin with because so much of the work is automated. Other reasons you might want to do it are that manufacturing jobs are often good jobs, or there's a national security reason. Helper says national security can mean ramping up domestic capacity to manufacture N95 masks in case of another pandemic, for example. We don't get to go back in time. That is basic reality. Thank you. Tariffs might also encourage domestic innovation, but they can't be the only mechanisms. Helper, who also worked for the Biden administration, notes that the tariff hikes under Biden on things like Chinese solar panels, semiconductors, and electric vehicles were in conjunction with other efforts to build nascent industries. It's not efficient, really, to have tariffs be your only way, your only mechanism. So this is where I would want to part ways with the Trump administration, Helper says. If it's not completely obvious, he's literally just doing it so he can just get more money into the American. He's running America like a business. No. That's what's happening. It sucks that people are just trying to find any way to be like, no, there's a point to this that helps Americans. Manufacturing jobs peaked in the U.S. in 1979. Edwards says the idea of tariffs as a way to bring back jobs is understandably appealing, but isn't realistic. So we don't get to go back in time, Edward says. Wasn't it great in the 50s when all men had unionized jobs and everybody was fine? Everyone was not fine. But we don't get to go backwards. Here, the washing machine study offers an eye-opening detail. In that example, around 1,800 jobs were created, but researchers estimate that it costs customers about $815,000 per job. What about Temu and Shein orders? Before the direct effects of the additional tariffs, something much more immediate started causing shipping chaos. Something called the de minimis exemption. It's such a mess that Trump has already issued an executive order rolling back his call to remove it, but just temporarily. Under the de minimis exemption rule, packages valued under $800 could enter the U.S. duty fee, thus avoiding a whole slew of existing tariffs. Trump ended the exemption for packages from China, meaning businesses and customers who previously didn't have to pay tariffs on those parcels are now on the hook. Not only for the added 10% tax, but also for things like base tariffs corresponding to a specific item and China-specific tariffs Trump imposed during the first presidency. Companies could choose to absorb the cost, pass along the cost to customers, or do some combination thereof, says Gorman. That said, it's important to note that the tariffs these products are now subject to are significant. If you order from ultra-cheap discount store Temu, fast fashion giant Shein, Amazon Haul, or other drop shipping businesses, your orders are going to cost you more, plain and simple. What that looks like exactly will depend on how e-commerce platforms decide to handle it. It could mean that you have to pay the taxes to get your package from the carrier. Platforms could add it to the end, like a processing fee, or retailers could fold it into the price of the item. A knock-on effect of de minimis exemptions ending in the shoppers' packages could be delayed while in transit. Previously, these lower value parcels didn't go through the same inspection process by Customs and Border Protection, CBP. But under Trump's executive order, that would all change. Now, hundreds of millions of sub-$800 packages will be subject to inspections by the CBP, and the companies shipping the packages will need to complete more detailed paperwork. An Oxford economics study previously estimated that a similar bill restricting de minimis exemptions for China and Russia will cost the U.S. $3.2 billion a year, amounting to the salaries of 39,000 CBP officers. The study estimates the move would generate $627 million in revenue, with taxpayers potentially footing the bill for the difference. Much remains to be seen as to how shippers of these packages will address these new paperwork requirements. Gorman told The Verge via email, but given the significant volume of de minimis packaging in the recent years from China, it's likely that we will see delays and confusion in the near term. Packages coming in via mail and the U.S. Postal Service are, as opposed to through major cargo carriers, will probably face additional logistical challenges. Trump's administration says the de minimis exemption will be removed again when the Secretary of Commerce notifies the administration that adequate systems are in place to fully and expediently process and collect tariff revenue. How long will this last? Great question! I don't know! As we've already seen, Trump's tariffs are subject to change at literally any moment! So, tariffs on China could also be rolled back or paused at some point, just like those applied to Canada and Mexico. Trump uses tariffs as a bargaining chip to get other things he wants, whether that's more money and resources thrown at the borders or to create things like a fentanyl czar. China has already announced retaliatory tariffs on other companies in response to Trump's, and Canada and Mexico have threatened to do the same. Check back in a few weeks and we'll see where we're at. Update, February 7th. President Trump announced a temporary pause on the removal of the de minimis exemption via executive order. The story has been updated to reflect the pause. Update, March 4th. After a 1-month delay, tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico went into effect, as well as an additional 10% tariff on Chinese goods. The story has been updated to reflect the application. I hate my government. Wow. I hope we all understand tariffs a bit more now. If you're just now joining us, or it's still a little bit unclear, if I understand it correctly, tariffs are a tax that companies have to pay when they import stuff from outside whatever country they're shipping to. Maybe from a factory that they source for their materials, like diapers or the plastic casings for game controllers. And they have to, and the company has to pay that additional tax to the government, which goes directly to the government. And tends to go to the treasury, if I'm not mistaken. And typically, although the consequences of tariffs can never be specifically determined, it will make prices go up because companies will want to, well, small companies will want to not go out of business, so they'll have to increase their prices to not have to eat that. And then bigger companies will, even though they can eat it, will want to pay their CEOs for an extra super yacht, so we'll try to find ways to cut costs any way possible. And so we'll just increase the prices, and we'll most likely increase prices in a way where prices in that industry might permanently increase even when a tariff goes away. I don't know if that would be considered a form of inflation, but it should. So yeah, that's why things are going up. Okay, I think I've had enough thinking with my brain meat for now. We're gonna play a video game. I mean, my brain meat is still required, but a lot less capacity for it. And I won't have to talk as much as when I was reading that article. Especially because it was making me feel salty, and, you know, I had to drink more water for that. So we're gonna be playing Dice and Goblins. It's a demo for a dungeon crawly game that's like a 2.5D sort of deal. Has like 2D papercraft character sprites, but you walk around in a 3D environment, but you also have like a 3D stage and the 2D sprites when you get into battles. It's cute, very little core, and I played a little bit of the demo already, but I didn't finish it. As you can see, I haven't earned the one achievement that the demo has. And I hope that we have a good time showing it to you all. That sure is bright. Boom, boom, bum, ba, dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's not loud at all. That's probably good. Alright, let's start a new game. You can turn with left around the D-pad. You can strafe with R1 and L1. You can rebind these too. The developers actually reached out to us for this game because they saw we had played Potato Flowers in Full Bloom. And yeah, these have such a similar vibe. Behind the door is a monster. Beware! Let's fight! If you don't like your result, you can reroll your dice. Rerolling can be done up to 2 times per. If you don't like your result, you can reroll your dice. Rerolling can be done up to 2 times per turn. First, you need to select the dice you want to reroll. The dice you chose appear in the boxes below the screen. Then click the roll button to throw them again. If you do not want to reroll your dice, click the next button. Rerolling costs an energy star. You can see them below your HP bar. If you do not reroll or use a skill during your turn, you get a star back. You can fully refill all your energy and stars by resting at a campfire. Reroll. 3, that's not bad. I mean, I actually probably would have killed it anyway. No, I had 2 health. So I actually just needed to do at least 2 damage. I like that. I hate to say that sometimes parents are right when they're like, oh, that cartoon was a bad influence on my kid. And it was just like, oh yeah, I just need to give myself a concussion and I'll see little canaries. Good to see you again. Hello, Jera. Are the younglings alright? Yes, although some wander deeper into the dungeon. If you meet them, could you send them over? Sure thing. Back in the day, I would have asked Phineas, our scout, but you took over. He disappeared when I was little. What happened to him? The fool was obsessed with escaping the dungeon, just like you. He believed in a story told by some mage, an odd human who didn't kill us on sight. According to the mage, there is a way to go to the moon. The moon? Inhabited by rabbits, demons, and gods. That's a good one. I've heard more believable pixies' tales. Yeah, but we haven't seen Phineas since. Last we heard, he was checking out the ancient artilleries next to Dead City. Well, that's where I'm headed. It can't hurt to take a look. Tell the youngins to come here if you see them. You can rebind controls in the pause menu. That's actually fine. Honestly, one of the biggest culture shocks, I guess you could say, from going from being like a console kiddie to like a PC one, has been like, there's a lot of games that just straight up don't have good controller binds, and you can bind stuff yourself, but like, not to be all like learned helplessness or whatever, but like, I do like it when developers do the binds for me and they have it designed in a certain way on purpose. I'm a little bit intimidated by binding stuff myself, but I can do it, obviously. And especially because we're indie game enthusiasts, coming from a background of mostly playing console games for most of our life, and then jumping into playing especially a lot of obscure games. A lot of games just aren't made with controller in mind, or the controller we prefer was not kept in mind, so it's a little wonky. And there's all sorts of other reasons the controller setups might not work or might be a little weird. And of course, having a willingness and a resilience to not just go, this game is too badly tuned, and immediately not trying to fix the problem. Like, having some amount of resilience to that is important. But I feel like, I feel especially good when I don't have to puff up my resilience, because, I mean, sometimes, not all the time, and especially certain genres are different. Like, I would say, like, maybe like a tower defense or RTS. of other kinds, or MOBAs even, you will probably have a higher threshold of like how long someone's the average player is going to attempt at your game before enough frustrations disengage them from it. But I would say, especially for a game like this, and especially just like a game on Steam especially, the threshold for a lot of people, I mean, I don't know if you see Steam reviews, they're sometimes like 0.2 hours. Like, the threshold is so small for some people. And it is really good to be able to have at least your target audience like just be able to slide into the experience, because honestly that first 30 minutes is so important, in our opinion. And we've worked on that resilience, especially because you do not cultivate that experience a lot when you have a lot of console gaming in your repertoire, because you're just used to everything being tuned already. Well, to a degree, because the shitification of like the console app stores, especially with something like the Switch store, means that you're not actually going to be able to play a random game that's available on a console and have a good time, like even like control wise. But that all is to say, when I feel catered to by a controller setup when I'm first getting into an obscure game, I feel immediately comfortable. Anyway, I don't like it here. I want to go back to our village. Yeah, we've been watching a lot of. Okay, so we haven't finished Furin. We kind of fell off of Furin because, well, there's some weird stuff with the demons, and we don't want to go on a diatribe about that right now. But we've been watching a lot of like dark fantasy type stuff. We've talked about how we're a big fan of Berserk. In general, we've been watching a ton of Overlord. We're actually caught up on Overlord now. We've even seen the most recent movie. We've been watching Solo Leveling. We were always a big fan of like Sword Art Online as well. One of our partners told us about their experience with Goblin Slayer. We're kind of avoiding Goblin Slayer for certain reasons because of that. But they do have cool designs. But especially in terms of like orcs and goblins and stuff. And Dungeon Meshi, of course. There's just a lot of stuff where it's like, oh, these races that are often in like D&D especially type settings, like villains or like minions or whatever, being like the main characters and having like all this backstory. Like, we just feel really into that vibe right now. There's a bunch of really awesome goblin characters in Overlord, as well as I was reincarnated as a slime. The mice in this area say that there's a dangerous human around. Huh. I wonder if that's a human. Looks like a necromancer. Go down. Oh, stairs. If you do not reroll or use a skill during a turn, you get a star back. Alright. Oh, okay. I thought this was really cool. So everything you add to your equipment produces a different kind of die. When we played originally, we didn't have any defense die, and we're like, how do we start with defense die? Is that only something you can use skills to like transmogrify or something? Anyway, now I know. Shield. Fight me! Can't believe you. Oh, did stream go down? It must have gone down if my stream elements is like, hi! You're streaming! Blue dice or defense dice. Defense is represented with a shield icon. 1 point of defense challenge to 1 point of attack. Try to get some defense dice if enemies strike too hard, but be careful. Too many defense dice and you won't be able to kill the enemy. Huh, that's not bad. Oh, hi. All my brain was like, all you need is kill. And it's like, there's an actual anime called that. Oh my gosh. That's a bat roll. Especially since like Disco Elysium and stuff, we really like the idea of like dicey games, or like events checks and skill checks and stuff like that. Some enemies will have combos. They're visible on the right of the screen. The enemy combos will activate if your dice match their condition. When activated, the enemy will obtain the status effect of the combo. For example, this combo will heal the monster. Keep that in mind, the enemy combos can sometimes help you. Haha, I blocked. Also, speaking of Berserk, the Gabi sword literally looks like the Dragon Slayer. I don't know if that was purposeful, but can't get it out of my head. I almost healed you. Well, I actually did heal you, but I was able to kill you before it mattered. Words? Pause menu. You can save at any moment. I'm at the Tower of Beginning. A copper dagger. Probably better than a stick. I'm getting at every fight possible because I want to level up. The meat of Dice and Goblins combat is combos. They are composed of two parts, the requirement on the top and the bonus below. If you fill the requirement, you gain the bonus. Here you need 2 and a 3 on attack dice. Once you meet the condition, the combo is marked as activated. You gain the combo, or you gain the bonus. Here, 4 defense points. If you struggle, try to change your equipment to get combos more often. I don't have 2 attack dice at the moment, so not until I level up. Once I level up, I'll have another equipment slot, and hopefully by then I'll have picked up something other than the stick? Oh shit. Yeah, your defense is 6? Oh no! Maybe I'm not gonna be able to actually kill you. I guess I just gotta pray to the RNG gods. Just gotta manage my rerolls, really. It's not all up to RNG. If anything, we should know that from playing so much Fear and Hunger. Yes! I got a new dice slot. During combats, you can speed up animations by doing the options menu. I guess I'll have this stick for now. Skills. Exchange a heal die for an attack die. The value will be increased by 1. Exchange an attack die for a defense die. The value will be increased by 1. Exchange a defense die for a heal die. The value will be increased by 1. Prayer. When you level up, you earn skill points. Spend them to buy skills in the pause menu. You found the main gouache. Lucky. Let's fight! With skills, you now have more control over the dice you throw. After the reroll phase, skills become available. First, click on the skill you want to use and select it. The skill costs are written below its name. Using skills usually costs dice and energy. Once the skill is selected, you'll need to choose which dice you want to pay it. You need to select the die of the correct type. Here, the skill has a red bot, so it requires an attack die. Once all dice are selected, the dice are paid and the skill is used. There are many skills in Dice and Goblins. Try experimenting with them. I'll have so much more HP now. I'm dying, Squirtle. Yeah, just reroll everything. I could use a campfire. Wild Monsters Reset. It's a bonfire. A la Dark Souls. Dark pits are deadly. Avoid them. Ah! Well... I suppose I would have tried to fight you anyway. Okay, now I can bully monsters. Glass dagger. Nifty. Honestly, I should just have 3 weapons for now. Ah, I can see the sky here. It's beautiful. The dungeon is still expanding as far as my eyes can see. I wonder if flying monsters can escape the dungeon. Do they find something? Or is the dungeon our whole world? I wish I could fly too. Look at that, Skybots. Look at that moon. This has such little vibes. It feels like a giant plate room. This makes me think of our headspace, actually. That's kind of funny. Yeah. But yeah, those stars look like drawn on a ceiling. Almost like a carpeted ceiling. Though it looks like it would be drawn on like watercolors, on construction paper. Little droplets of paint. I love how the 2D and 3D elements coalesce together. It's great. Sometimes falling down is the only path. A sword! Lucky! Fuck you, fight me! Wow, that's a lot of combos. -5? I guess I'm too death-oriented. Turned on my fucking death drive. Sometimes falling down is the only way. You can fall safely into the water. You can also try to look down. Oh yeah. Okay, if you look down, you'll actually peek over the ledge. And now I'm trapped. Or they're trapped down here with me! Ow. Ow. Hi! Time to die. Hey Fizzlepop! How are you doing? Vampire effects and dice are represented with dark blue and red with a drop of blood. They add to your attack score and allow you to steal their HP. Of course, you need to inflict damage for the steal effect to take place. Enemies using it can be very tough, don't let them bite you. But I like getting bit, it's nice. Feels so great to have the blood drain from your flesh. In like a therapeutic way. Obviously. Gosh, now I'm thinking of some of the discourse I saw on the internet earlier today. Not in terms of something necessarily being like permissible or impermissible, but so I remember someone was talking about like how some people are like, oh well, I'm not into this for kink reasons. It's solely as a coping mechanism. And it's like, it's valid for it to be solely a coping mechanism, but the way people talk about it sometimes and divorcing it from the thing makes it sound like it's only valuable or it's only okay because it's a coping mechanism. And it's like, just because I like having the blood drained from my body doesn't mean it's a sex thing. I think there was a guy who was weird about a YouTuber's feet, who was also just like, I have this kink, but I just want pictures of your feet. I talked to my girlfriend about it, she's okay, but it's not a sex thing. And it's just like, the amount of people who struggle with the validity of something and it being having to not be a sex thing is very high, and we live in a shame-based culture, so of course. I am just full of violence today. So many knives. Whoa, Pal World. As a patented monster collecting game enjoyer, I hope you have a good time. We haven't played it ourselves, but I haven't really talked to anyone who played it and gave it a chance who didn't like it. I've certainly seen my fair share of Pal World Bab art. There's like this one like cat witch looking pal. the most diapered pal of all time, as far as I can tell. Wah! But we were pretty opposed to playing it when it first came out. Oh my god, I'm about to die. Yeah, all that power came at a cost. I don't have a defense die. I guess I'm just gonna die now. It's a glass dagger that fucked me up. Alright. I learned my lesson. I need a lot of healing and stuff, and defense stuff, before I use a glass dagger in my kit. I should probably wait till I have at least four slots open. Maybe 5. Wow, that's a lot of siblings. Are you gonna try to get to know them? I know that finding out you have family you didn't know about can be exciting for some people. Oh, right. I get to do poison to my enemies. I love when my enemies die quickly. We've been struggling with libido stuff lately. We need to get back on estrogen. That's really the thing. We've been having a terrible time. Okay, you won't be able to get past my defenses. 6 defense, 2 attack. I can do like 1 damage to you. Oh, I guess it was based on the last roll. Alright, keep forgetting about the combos too. That affects my rolls as well. Or what's effectively my rolls. Let's see. Exchange a defense die for a heal die that will be increased by 2. Trade a defense die for any type of an attack, defense, or heal die. The value will be half rounded down. Ah, I'll need to level up again if I want to get one of those. I wonder if this bat's name is Lucille. Because Lucille's a vampire bat. Having a high libido makes me feel really weird as an ace person, honestly. But I think the ace community is, very vibrant and it hasn't made it too bad. At least compared to how it used to be, because there's only like certain sort of like ace experiences that we're seen as valid. Whoa, what was... Ah! I didn't notice that the map shined. I guess that shows you what the thingies you affect when you pull levers are. I didn't notice that before. I guess maybe it's also because of there's like a, and this isn't necessarily an ace thing necessarily, but like kind of how you say like bimbos and himbos are, their sexualization is basically like parallel to their like perceived intelligence, right? Because like sexy and stupid, and that's just a reflection of like someone being like very sexually like adventurous or very promiscuous, being somehow like less intelligent. And in the same way that someone might go, oh, like I don't goon, I read books. There's a sort of like naturalization that some people kind of, a naturalistic approach that some people bring to like the dichotomies of like sex and intelligence, or at the very least like motivation and like what you spend your time on. And maybe that's also filtered through the lens of like internet porn addiction rhetoric type stuff. Overall, it just makes it feel like if you are like in touch with your body in a sexual way, if you like to have a lot of sex, if you like to masturbate, or even if you're just very kinky or what have you, you're seen as being like, you know, cum-brained. I mean, there are lots of kinks that also have to do with like, you know, intelligence loss or somehow some loss of agency or some type of simplifying of sorts, or literally being addicted to like things like sexual pleasure and release. And so like it makes sense that like some of those like couplings are there, but damn, does the blowback effect hit us pretty hard. The imposter syndrome as a gray ace is real. And it's an interesting place to be at because like very, very early on we were like very sex positive as like as we were growing up. Although we were a little misaligned. At one point we thought that like certain types of sets in and of itself was degrading of one person or the other, and that was an assumption of like sexuality being inherently objectifying, and you know, think like Christian morality sort of stuff. So we had to like move past those thoughts, and then like especially in the sort of headspace of feminism doesn't mean like you can't be like sexy or whatever, like going like to those places, and then coming into like a thing where like sexual liberation or like thoughts of sexual liberation are sometimes turned on its head, because like sexual liberation also means freedom from compulsory sex and like being assumed to be a sexual being and stuff like that, and that's also super important. But in that sort of in-group out-group thing, sometimes behaviors are seen as like tantamount to identity, kind of like how like bisexuals sometimes get a lot of beef from like monosexual like queer people. Is a way that sometimes as a gray ace it feels a little bit alienating around ace folks that don't have a high libido or who aren't super amorous, and like we're all valid in the room, but also there is sometimes a sense of different priorities that sometimes make it feel like that we see the identity of aceness is inherently different. Which is interesting because in terms of like comparing like gray ace folks to bisexuals, it is that sort of situation where like I can understand the I guess what is considered the common asexual point of view about like society and like preoccupation with sex and sexuality like too much, and especially in an objectifying way. And then the other side of things where it's like reclaiming your sexuality and being able to be like as much of a perverted freak as you want to be, and how like awesome and liberating that is. And like having like feelings in both directions, but ultimately feeling a little bit off in both company. It's weird. I can restore my HP at a campfire. Can I read this book? I cannot read this book. Sorry, I can't read. Oh, hello, it's a Gabi. Oh, Gabi, I ran, but mad monsters were everywhere, so I hid here. I'll go back with the others. Yay! I saved a goblin. Huh? Right, stairs. Is there? There's a campfire. Rest! I'm pansexual and demi-romantic. No. Good company. Oh, wow. Good company. Cute! Cute! Sorry, Goblin, you cannot pass here. A human was found delving into the dungeon, and he has been slaughtering monsters indiscriminately. Please go away while we handle this. Sorry, Goblin, you cannot pass here. A human was delving into the... You can't handle this. Found a bandage. Lucky. A bandage? Is that what it says? Doesn't really look like a bandage. Sea wares. Hi, I'm setting up my shop, so I'll come back a bit later. My bounty count is 38 men, not counting the orgies I've had long since long stints. The orgies I had long since lost the right to deny being a slut. I think some people confuse body counts with a proclamation of high numbers being like inherently important. But I can see how someone might have pride with the amount of people they've been with. Now, I think we used to be, especially in like the demisexual headspace, especially in a headspace affected by the plague of like a nice guy mentality or whatever, like growing up, and like the proverbial like vibe in the room of especially like people assumed to be young men being like ode sets, and like that being like one of the great like pains of being a nerd and stuff, and that being part of nerd culture and part of like kind of baked into like identity, and we had to like sift it out. It took a while, but especially with that being a prevailing culture, it's really easy to like have a small amount of partners, or to, you know, like marry your childhood sweetheart, or, you know, have a very small like experience, like a very narrow experience with relationships or dating or sets, and then say that those relationships are inherently more valuable than, quote, people who do one-night stands. We used to be the one of those people who are, I think there's like a H-bomb video where he compares casual sets to eating McDonald's, and we were definitely in the headspace of comparing casual sets to eating McDonald's. Nah, I think that's kind of insulting to say. And I guess it's like a lot of things where we're just like, it's not for everyone, sure, but it's not inherently less valuable. I'd even deign to say it's differently valuable. Like, I'm not gonna tell someone that is playing like a live service shooter that their experience is inherently not as valuable as me playing like a story rich JRPG. At least I think that's a comparable notion. I think it's awesome to have pride in like having given people a good time and to have been liked, even though obviously I think a lot of people would default to like if you do anything to be liked then you're inherently like insecure or whatever, but I don't prescribe to that like headspace about it. Like it shouldn't be like the center of someone's self-esteem but by any measure. But like, being like, wow, I made a lot of people feel good and they made me feel good. Awesome. Like, awesome. But such a simple notion is still hard to internalize for a lot of people in the culture. Surprise, surprise! I don't know if it's come up yet, but this, the dungeon that we're in is like a infinitely expanding dungeon. It's kind of like House of Leaves in that way. Non-Euclidean geometry. 500 gold, sweet. Too bad I can't buy anything, since the shop wasn't open. Weak! Destruction. Oh, hello. Down we go. That's a big goblin. Oh, that's not a goblin, that's an orc. Big bro told me to get strong. But where do I start? A green skin. Oh, just a little goblin. Perfect practice. Well, we have the same amount of maximum HP at least. Heal dice give heal points, which are represented by a green heart icon. As you might expect, they restore HP. You are healed just before attacking. Use it to survive incoming attacks. Heal can also remove poison stacks. I could be doing worse. You may be bigger than me, but I'm using a sword and you're using a stick. You can't rely on strength alone. Skill, strategy, heart. Captain you have to have these. You have to have these in spades, or else you'll never win against a true warrior. Died of poison before I could even touch you. Thank you for playing! I hope you enjoyed this demo. If you have any feedback or question, please contact on the Discord forums. Sorry, Steam forums, Discord, Twitter, or Mastodon. Oh, a Mastodon user, neat. Wishlist the game to be warned when it'll be released. Steps, 712. Player level, 3. Monsters vanquished, 19. Death, 1. Alright. That was Demolicious. I think this has a release date. I can't... Yes. Vaguely April 2025. Dice and Goblins is a turn-based RPG that blends luck and strategy as you battle using dice rolls. Master your skills, chain powerful combos, and overcome the whims of fortune. Collect loot, upgrade your gear, and craft the ultimate dice arsenal to face monsters and other foes lurking in the shadows. Ah, big spider. 2 possible endings. I wonder if it's like a good and a bad ending, or if it's more nuanced than that. Can't wait to try it out. Feel free to wishlist it if you thought it would be cool. My nestmate and I don't talk much anymore. Has a resentful nature towards women and trying to bitch about me for bringing up politics when he's the one to start political chat. Oh my god. That sounds so annoying. I just realized I didn't get the achievement. I didn't find the 2 lost goblins. Wow. I guess they're lost forever. Whew, that was a good time though. I'm sorry you having such a rough time with that roommate though. That really sucks, especially if you thought that, you know, it was like that person was a safe person to like talk to and hang out with and, you know, like converse with, especially right now because things are really scary. Like things are really scary, and someone being like a misogynist right now is like it's a little concerning. Well, a lot of times you don't get to choose like fully the situations in which we're living. A lot of times we end up with, I mean, especially like growing up, you have like roommates and stuff that are just happen to be who is taking care of you, right? And a lot of people don't get a lot of choice in where they live, and sometimes even who they live with. I mean, we've lived with people we didn't know before we started living with them, and that sort of thing. And you never know. And also, people change. But especially when it comes to stuff like that, it's really hard to keep like a comfortable household under those circumstances. Especially when you are like a marginalized person and the other person is like being weird about that. I don't know. It blows. It sucks, and I hate it for you. We're still pretty early in. I was thinking of sneaking in another demo. There's stuff that's still available even though Steam Next Fest is over. Oh, why not? I'll do this demo. This is a demo for a game we have had in our This is a demo for a game we've had in our crinkle bump, like the bumper at the front of streams, for a couple of streams now, for at least 3 or 4 weeks. And we haven't actually played it as a demo. It's in early access, and I don't know. Hopefully, a demo's not too long. I wanted to get in something else before I moved over to playing Bayonetta. That's pretty loud. That's a badass looking sword. Okay. That is a reasonable thing to ask. Auto-saving, Russ. Hearken unto me, thou who gazed upon the world with brazen pride, and as a mere mortal deemed themselves higher than the divine weaving. From thy grasp I shall wrest the suns and moons, no longer shall the stars shine for thee. But the twilight of a kingdom is tender and serene, akin to the sweetest demise. For such is the benevolence and depths of mine affection. This kind of makes me think of Little Goody Two Shoes, art direction-wise. Princess, princess! As much as I would like to directly put myself in the game, they literally give her a name. It feels weird to do that. In most cases for us. Princess, wake up! By the goddess's grace, your kingdom has awakened, and so must you. Everything starts with Denise's voice. Dawn descends upon the kingdom, and I wake up in my bedroom, a little disoriented. Good morning, Denise. Good morning, Princess Arnice. You're looking well. Surely you must be aware today is a very special day. A special day? Of course, today is your 13th birthday. Had you forgotten? Sorry, 30th. Right? No, it says 13th. She doesn't look 13. Am I insane? Am I weird? Has drawing and looking at chibis and lollies and shotas so long really skewed how a character looks to me? Because she looks young, but not 13. They're just growing them bigger and bigger these days. Blank. Okay, I thought it was insane. Did I not turn 13 quite a few years ago? Look at me, I don't think I'm... What nonsense are you uttering now? No more dawdling. Pick out one of your best dresses, His Majesty awaits. Oh, you always do say you prefer getting dressed on your own. But if you need any help... No, I'm fine. Very well, in that case, I will take my leave and help with the preparations for tomorrow's banquet. It's not every day that the princess has a birthday. Okay, that's immediately weird, but it's a weird in a way that I approve of. Don't forget to pay your father a visit when you're ready. I will. Whew, peace at last. Denise has tended to me for as long as I can remember. I hold her in very high regard, but sometimes she can be a bit tiresome. A banquet, huh? The idea somehow sounds odd to me. This again. All my dresses seem too small for me. I must tell Denise, why does this keep slipping my mind? For now, I'll leave like this. There's nothing inside this closet that I could possibly wear. This could turn into an age play scenario so easily. My 13th birthday? That makes no sense. I stopped being a child long ago. Although I cannot seem to remember when. Oh. Well. That can't be good. Damn. This sprite work is really fucking awesome. Do you see the flowers and the fucking breeze? I'm dying. From here I can see most of the gardens. Beyond them there's barely anything to behold, save for the mountains in the distance. I was told that the kingdom is vastly different beyond the citadel's walls. Oh, I can see the little Chrono with his wooden shield, training bright and early this morning. Wow. To actually have the bravery to name someone Chrono in a setting like this. But I mean, having similarities or similar names to other things, if someone's gonna count that against you and be like, no, you reference something that's better than you and it's historic, then they're already a lost cause, honestly. Sometimes you'll find spots you can interact with. Some of them might unlock new scenes, so pay attention. I get to have tea. Oh, good morning, Princess. Do you know where my father is? His Majesty is currently convening with his generals in the war room. I'm afraid he won't allow any interruptions until the meeting is over. Why don't you take a walk around the gardens in the meantime? It's such a beautiful day. Don't tell me what to do. Forgive me, I didn't mean to... With your permission, I shall return to my duties. I suppose I can go to the gardens to train with Chrono. Yeah, this game has like a battle system. Oh, I can't wait till I actually see her battle gear. Champion. That's a lot of HP for just starting the game. Well, I don't have any equipment or armor, so that makes sense. Princess of the Kingdom of Cristelia, daughter of King Alexandra di Cristelia, and the sole heir to the throne. Oh. Ret's Impera, a powerful attack. Costs almost half my MP. Alright. Ooh, cool. You always have such interesting fashion choices. Happy birthday, Princess! There's a lot to prepare for tonight's banquet. Although now extinct, dragons are still a symbol of our kingdom of Cristeria. It is said that the first king took to the skies on the back of one.
His Majesty is in a meeting. I'm afraid I can't let anyone in.
Why is His Majesty convening with his generals on a day of celebrations? Do you think the situation with the terrorists has worsened? Shh! Just thinking about it frightens me. I've heard stories about terrorists that will rob you of your sleep for weeks. Damn, they won't even talk to me. I've always wondered why we are known as the Fire Kingdom. I can't decide if it's due to our region's volcano or due to our famous forges. What do you think? Choices and blue tests offer extra dialogue information to not advance the main conversation. Have you considered the dragons? Oh, I'd rather not think about them. If it were up to the dragons, we wouldn't exist. Perhaps it's both. Oh, that's an interesting perspective. So why is it only 13? Oh my god, everyone sees her as 13! That's so adorable. It's like that, age play perfume. Or age regression perfume? I guess it's like a reality regression perfume. It doesn't change your actual age, it just treats how everyone treats you.
By the goddess, Sargus. What are you doing, placing scientific literature in the fiction section?
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor, I wasn't paying due attention.
You've had your head in the clouds for the whole morning. What troubles haunt you?
Professor, You saw her too, didn't you? The beautiful woman who walked alongside His Majesty?
Oh, for goodness sake, I should have known that a woman was the source of your distraction.
This was no ordinary woman. Her smile was so enigmatic when she glanced at me. Who might she be?
Lad, I could dedicate my whole life to studying every corner of this land, and yet I'd remain ignorant of the matters concerning His Majesty and his mysterious guests. However, upon seeing the mess that she has turned you into, I might as well conclude she's a witch. Now, finish arranging these books. Best not to think about people who belong to different worlds. Good morning, Princess. Even if it's your birthday today, your lesson shall start at the same hour as always. Be ready.
Yes, Professor. I heard you speak of a woman earlier.
Ahem. It seems that your father's mysterious guest is arousing great interest and curiosity.
What do you think about her?
Certainly I cannot deny that the mystery surrounding her is unsettling. No one knows who she is or where she came from. However, I will also say that I trust His Majesty's judgment, so it's not a matter of concern to me.
I see.
Are you concerned?
I'd be lying if I said I'm not. She's a complete stranger, and I don't know her intentions.
In that case, let me remind you of something. You are the legitimate heir to the throne, and by the circumstances of your birth, this is an irrevocable fact.
I hope you're right.
Unless His Majesty wishes to provoke a civil and religious conflict, it should be so. Now enjoy the morning until lesson time.
Oh, Princess Aries, have you had a chance to have you by chance seen my history book? I don't know where I might have left it. Fable of the White Rose King. Long ago, there was nothing left but a kingdom on the brink of oblivion. Nobles and commoners united in a desperate attempt to start over. They would elect a new king who would keep them safe, while the known world fell apart. The nobles who wished to preserve their power above all things approached the king with offerings. "To save your kingdom," said the first, "offer 1,000 men and their 1,000 sons who shall shed their last drop of blood to defend this kingdom, and you." The second one approached. "To save your kingdom," he said, "I offer the sacrifice of 1,000 animals to the goddess. We will paint the gates of the kingdom with their entrails and thus instill fear in our enemies." And after listening to the nobles who were gradually shaping the new world, a witch approached the king with another offering. "To save your kingdom," she said, "I give you a single white rose that you will stick in your heart. White and gentle in the calm, red and lacerating in the storm. It will rip from you a tear for every fallen man, and from each one will be born a red rose seed that will paint in that you will plant in your garden. Do this, and you will be the most worthy king of all. Do this, and you will save your kingdom." I never tired of reading this fable. There's a map of Harmonia on the table. I wonder if Professor Solomon is writing a new book. Oh, is that on the ground? Huh, looks like a philosophy book. If I find it, maybe it'll be orange, since the words for it was coded in orange. Whoa. A war? Truly? Oh my god, Chrono's so cute. You seem lively this morning. Hmm? No, I mean, happy birthday, princess! Is something the matter? No, it's nothing. You're a terrible liar, did you know that? I don't mean to lie, it's just, this really is nothing. Alright. Chrono's grandmother has served my family as the oracle for 3 generations. He's been instructed since very young to become my squire, though he's still a child. So training even on a day of celebrations? Of course! If I want to become a proper squire for my princess, I cannot neglect even a single day of training. He takes it really seriously. You will be a great squire. There will be none as loyal and honorable as you, Chrono. The child's eyes seem to shine. The princess's words are enough to stoke a fire within him. You really think so? I greatly appreciate your words. Princess, it's said that the terrors who raise our lands grow more numerous by the day. It's rumored that there will soon be war. And I fear that you might march into battle without me, or I might be regarded too young, or considered unprepared, or... Chrono. Why don't you show me your progress? Oh, you wish to train with me, Princess? Are there no other matters you wish to attend to first? Let's begin. Ultimate games with turn-based combat fucking rock. In addition to your normal attack, you will gain different skills. Some skills require TP, tactical points. Your TP bar will refill when attacking or taking damage. Crystallian Dance? Oh, that's their word for magic. When the princess performs a normal attack, you can chain a second attack by pressing OK at the right moment. To achieve this, press OK when the princess's sword hits the ground, as shown in the image. Don't press too early or too late. Ah, timed hits. We love timed hits here. Red's Imperia! You almost got me. That is a big ass sword. She's strong. That was a bastard sword. Well fought, Chrono. Thank you, Princess. I shall practice harder. Princess, I bring a message from Professor Solomon. Ahem. I applaud you for not neglecting your training even on a day of celebrations, but let us not forget that cultivating your mind is equally important. Well, time for my daily lessons. Chrono, why don't you accompany me for today's lessons? May I? Of course, as the professor once said, a literate squire is worth 2 men. I'm really thankful. Come, let's go to the library.
Well, I take today's lesson to be revision. This way we can also assess young Chrono's knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at this map.
Fortuna, Lucida, Samana, Cristaria.
What would you like to review?
The 4 kingdoms.
Our kingdom, Cristaria, is located here at the western end of the continent. Under the rule of King Alexander de Cristaria, our economy thrives, with our legendary forges playing no small part in our inevitable status. Furthermore, it should be said that we are also in possession of the largest army throughout the entirety of the 4 kingdoms.
Is it true that there's no longer any dragons left?
I understand your enthusiasm for such mythical creatures, but if they still existed, there's a good chance that we'd have them exterminated by now. Our most direct frontier connects us to Fortuna, also called the Kingdom of Flowers, ruled by King Midas de Fortuna. This kingdom is especially famous for producing the finest and most beautiful fabrics that can be found within the entire continent. Furthermore, its king is on very good terms with your father and has visited us on several occasions. I suppose you remember meeting Princess Megaria?
Well, we got along in the end. I must confess that my first impression of her wasn't very favorable. I found her rather arrogant. On top of that, she enjoyed pestering Chrono. I remember that. However, as the day went on and we got to know each other better, she seemed more appreciative, and I understood that she wasn't a bad girl.
It pleases me to hear that. You are young, yet you managed to set your disagreements aside like proper princesses. Anyway, back to the lesson. The Nuts Kingdom is located to the north, the Holy Kingdom of Assyria, ruled by King Zephyr von Lecheria. It is strong and prosperous, with a considerable military might, almost as formidable as our own. Direct access is limited by the Mountains of Penance, home of the Ashen. Regardless, our two nations engage in active trade with one another through Fortuna and maritime routes. Due to the deal brokered with the neighboring Kingdom of Samana, they conducted a vast operation of mining activities on their lands. They then sell the resulting precious metals to us in Cristeria, metals which are unique to the entire continent. I shall also add that their princess, Aletico, is receiving an arduous military training. In the future, she is expected to occupy a high position in the army, just like you.
I don't know if I'm ready. From as far back as my earliest memories, I've been trained and taught all there is to know about combat, but I lack experience against a real foe. Confident in my own abilities though I may be, I hope not to be careless or reckless when facing the unknown.
In the frigid lands of the east lies the fourth kingdom, Samana, ruled by King Nestor E. Samana. Samana is the region most affected by terrorists, so much that over half of it currently lays in ruins. The other half survives only thanks to Lucilia's protection, in exchange for allowing them to mine Samana's rare metals from their own lands. There's a great deal of concern about the future of this kingdom.
You once told me that Samana's princess has never left her castle. Just like me.
That's correct. Princess Tesphany rarely shows herself. Due to the delicate situation with the terrors, some sovereigns have decided to protect their princesses to the fullest. Samana's more than any other. I trust you know why it is so important to protect you.
I do. It is said that the four princesses were born on the same day under the same circumstances. Not one of the four queens survived the labor.
Chrono averts his gaze down to the ground in a respectful manner.
For this reason, it is believed that the princesses are the goddesses' messengers, sent as the answer to all the misfortunes devastating the land.
That's correct. Such incredible and improbable incidents cannot be explained without considering the possibility of divine intervention.
But are we really certain that this is what is expected from us? So far, there hasn't been any other signs.
You are still young, just a child in the eyes of the world. Only time shall reveal the goddess's plans, and thus your destiny.
Time. I feel that time is somehow escaping me, slipping through my fingers. My gaze meets Chrono for a moment. He seems very serious. I don't know what it is, but today he's looking at me strangely. I drown out the thought and glance back at the map strewn across the table's surface.
A few years before you were born, when we received blood-curdling news from Samana. When the sun rose that day, a small village had been completely decimated, devoured by a horde of monstrous fiends unlike any ever seen.
Chrono swallows quickly, impressed by the story.
Soon their menace extended throughout the other kingdoms, forcing them to strengthen and consolidate their armies.
I've never seen a terror. From this castle, they sound more like creatures of legend than reality.
This castle is the safest place in the whole kingdom. We are undoubtedly privileged to live here, but terrors are very real, I can guarantee you that.
Where did they come from?
I'm afraid that question remains unanswered. Some believe that it was the fog from which they emerged. We are uncertain if there are lands beyond it. No foreign ships have ever been spotted. Others say that terrors crawled from the ground itself, as if our continent was sick, subject to some powerful manner of witchcraft. We cannot even ask the terrors themselves, for they lack the capacity for speech. The only thing we know for certain is that we know nothing.
This is feeling very Game of Thrones adjacent. Is anyone else getting that vibe? The terrors are like White Walkers. Have you seen any yourself?
Yes, I have. And let me tell you, it's not something you can easily forget.
Do they look like how they're drawn in books?
The depictions portrayed in books are quite reliable, yes. But someday you'll realize that reality is far more terrifying than what you merely see on paper. The professor adjusts his glasses, appearing as if he needs to distract himself from thought. In any case, Princess, you are much braver than I. Stronger too, in fact. When the day comes that your father considers you ready for battle, I harbor no doubt that you shall be perfectly prepared to face them. The same applies to you, young Chrono. If you keep training diligently, you should become a diligent terror killer.
Yes, sir. I take a moment to observe the sketch of the monster in the book. I have many times before. I begin to recall the gravely injured soldier at the castle gates, his shoulder ripped and his face shaken. Father didn't want me to look, but I did. Since then, I haven't forgotten. Let's change the subject.
Our continent receives its name from the goddess Harmonia, maker of all things. Our oldest manuscripts detail how the goddess was responsible for splitting the world into 4 kingdoms and selecting the first kings.
What's beyond Harmonia?
The continent of Harmonia is surrounded by the sea, upon which a thick fog sits, from which no ship has ever returned.
The fog swallows ships, as if it were alive?
Ah, that's indeed a curious theory, young Chrono, but yes, for simplicity's sake, we will say that the fog swallows ships whole. Following several fruitless attempts at crossing it, the old monarchs concluded that, beyond our borders, there's simply nothing.
We're the only ones who exist in this world?
That's the general consensus. The gods created this continent and all who dwell on it. Nothing more or less.
What do you personally believe?
My only belief is that any personal conjecture regarding this matter will be lacking any proof, and therefore lacks relevance.
Have there ever been any wars between the kingdoms?
There have been no documented wars in the 400 years of known history. The kingdoms have been allied at best and at worst neutral.
The armies of the kingdoms only march against terrorists, do they not?
Not just terrorists, they also keep bandits and similar factions at bay. Sometimes human beings can be just as predatory.
Oh, excuse me. We did a lot of studying. I prefer lightweight blades with a lot of cutting potential as well as stabbing potential. I see. I like something quick that I can use at range, probably like mid-range. I like slingshots and like chakrams. Chakrams are really cool.
Very well, Princess. Young Chrono, that will be all for today.
Thank you for having me. I learned quite a lot. Thank you for the lessons, Professor. I'll see you at the banquet.
I shall show up, of course. The birthday of the 4 princesses is an event that concerns the whole continent. I shall count myself no exception.
Until this evening, then. Champion and Squire in training. Neither of us counts having any equipment. "12-year-old Squire in training." Yeah, I'm older than him by 1 year. Ooh, butterfly swords? I didn't know that was a thing. I only know about butterfly knives. Whoa. Princess, I'm taking my leave. Thank you for everything. You're welcome, Chrono. But before I go, I have a request. What is it? It's about my grandmother. She said that she would like to see you today, before dusk, to wish you a happy birthday. Oh, so I have permission to visit? Yes, she's eagerly expecting you. Besides, she seems a bit stressed these days. Perhaps you could cheer her up. Understood. It should be a true honor to visit the Oracle. Thank you, Princess. Remember that my house is the one by the lake to the east. This game feels a lot like it would be like a Princess Rising game. Especially aesthetically. Really appreciate the art. Another name for them is Wing Chun. Oh, okay. I'll have to look into them. A woman's voice can be heard from inside, warm and cracked by age. Princess, please come in. Please come closer and let these tired eyes take a good look at you. I'm sure you look beautiful today. Huh. Very unsettling, soundscape. I walk closer, thankful for the privilege of being in her presence. As the Oracle and the one whom has served the crown for several generations, it is her duty to live isolated away from all possible interruptions. Only her grandson Chrono and my father, the king, are permitted daily contact with her. For the rest of us, it's usually forbidden. Her presence is so comforting that I regret not being able to visit her more often. It is an honor for me to be welcomed into your home, Oracle. Oh, sweet child, in such dark times your presence brings much joy to this old woman's heart. Dark times? I don't understand. Have you perhaps seen any misfortune in your visions? I wish that I could share them with you, little one. But you know that such things are forbidden. Only His Majesty may consult with me regarding my visions, and yet the king has grown deaf ever since that woman has come to sit by his side. I have tried to warn him, but he does not listen. He does not listen. I shall speak to him. I'll let him know that he must visit with you with haste. Oh, sweet child. Though you are no longer much of a child now, are you? How old did you say you turned today? I smile weakly. It seems 13. Oh, but it does not seem like it at all, young one. Or are you simply lying to yourself? A strange feeling nestles inside my chest upon hearing that. Only the blind and foolish would believe that you are 13 years old. Rather, it would seem that you've just reached your 20s. I thought the same, but no one seemed to realize I was no longer a child. I ended up thinking that somehow it was all just in my head. No one? Nonsense. I assure you that Chrono has noticed too. I saw that look in his eyes as he spoke to you. There was something fearful in them. That makes no sense. I feel as though my head will explode if I keep thinking about this. You should rest for today, young one. You don't look well. I can't... Your visions. The banquet. What banquet? Tonight's for my birthday. I shall ask again, what banquet are you speaking of? What? I'm trying to think, but I can't remember any banquet. I don't understand. My head. Princess. Princess Ares. Suddenly I find myself before the corridor that leads to the Great Hall. I guess I spaced out.
His Majesty wishes to speak with you. You may enter.
Like a puppet whose strings are being guided by unseen hands, I pass through the corridor without a sound until I eventually find myself within the Great Hall itself. Okay, well this is a mindfuck. Father is alone. Where's the woman who accompanies him these days? Oh, my head. Damn! I really like his design. It makes my toes curl. I feel funny.
Anis, my dear daughter, with every day that passes, you step further away from the sweet nectar of childhood. Look at you. You're a young woman now.
Father. I hope you're proud of me.
I am, Anis. I only hope that you will someday understand to what lengths I am. Now, I surmise you came with questions. Echoes of a whole kingdom, for rumors spread like wildfire.
Father, the Oracle is worried. She laments that you no longer hear her voice.
Oh, my dear Anis, I've heard many things in recent days. Far too many.
What is happening, Father? You sit a witch at your side and gather your generals? The corridors are filled with whispers that speak of war.
And those whispers hold weight to them. I've begun preparations to declare war on Fortuna.
What? Fortuna? Isn't their king a good friend of yours?
He is. He always has been. I shall ensure that his life is spared, even if he despises me for the rest of it. Now I beg you, please do not ask further questions. You are far too young to be learning of the bitter realities of this world.
But Father...
Anis, all these years I have tried to be a good king, the best for my people. And yet in the darkest hour, I found myself to be a tyrant, a selfish and cowardly man.
Father's normally firm and resolute voice seems to waver as he speaks.
I know the legacy I leave you will be hard, my daughter, and you cannot imagine how sorry I am. You cannot imagine what I am capable of doing for you. The time will also come for you to measure your worth, Anis. Be better than me, more just and worthy. May you then realize how much
Father, what's going on? Hearken unto me, thou who gazed upon the world with brazen pride, and as a mere mortal deemed thyself higher than the divine weaving. From thy grasp I shall wrest the suns and moons. No longer shall the stars shine for thee. But the twilight of the kingdom is tender and serene, akin to the sweetest demise. For such is the benevolence and whims of mine affection. Princess, it's been a long day. Denise, my voice is weak, my eyelids heavy. Good night, Princess. I'm so tired that I can't even think. The sheets welcome me like a mother's embrace, and I just... Good night, Princess. The twilight of a kingdom is tender, serene, akin to the sweetest demise. And as I lay on my bed asleep, or perhaps even lifeless, I feel someone watching me. Silent and forgotten, a ghost amid the shadows. Princess, wake up. By the goddess's grace, your kingdom is awakened, and so must you. Everything starts with Denise's voice. Dawn descends upon the kingdom, and I wake up in my bedroom, a little disoriented. Just a bit longer. By the goddess, how can you be so lazy sometimes? Up you get! Today is a special day. Wait, are we in a time loop? Are we in a time loop? Special day? Of course! Today is your 13th birthday. Had you forgotten? My birthday. Right. It's going to be a wonderful day, Princess. Come along and choose one of your best dresses. His Majesty awaits. Oh, you did say you prefer getting dressed on your own, but if you need any help... No, I'm fine. Very well, in that case I shall take my leave and help with the preparations for tonight's banquet. It's not every day that a princess has a birthday. Yep, we're in a time loop. And don't forget to pay your father a visit when you're ready. I will. Whew, peace at last. Denise has tended to me for as long as I can remember. I hold her in very high regard, but sometimes she can be a bit tiresome. A banquet, huh? The idea somehow sounds odd to me. This again. All my dresses are too small. I must tell Denise. For now, I'll leave like this. There's nothing inside the closet I could possibly wear. My 13th birthday? That makes no sense. Chest key? I keep some jewelry here. Alright. Oh, good morning, Princess. Do you know where my father is? His Majesty is currently convening with his generals in the war room. Why don't you take a walk around the gardens in the meantime? It's such a beautiful day. Without warning, someone grabs me from behind. Oh, I like being grabbed from behind. I mean, oh, you dastardly scoundrel! How could you do this to me? The ultimate protagonist.
Do not fret, my princess. I have a message for you.
What? Who are you?
An intruder. The only piece that doesn't seem to fit into your puzzlingly perfect world.
The words are whispered against my ear. I can't see his face, but I can hear the smirk in his voice. My heart begins to race, mind alert. Tell me, what is it that you want? I feel paralyzed. But despite my fears, I'm not blind to the morbid curiosity that seems to scrape at the back of my mind. This man, just how exactly did he manage to get into my castle? Who is he?
Such an obedient little princess. Don't tell me you're frozen from fear.
Let me remind you that you're in my realm. With a single snap of my fingers, you'll be surrounded by guards. Don't forget that. Even at a moment.
You better stop wasting what little time I have granted you and speak now.
Oh. You better stop wasting what little time I've granted you and speak now. While maintaining a semblance of authority, my voice carefully shifts to become barely a whisper. Just like his. I don't want anyone to possibly hear and interrupt whatever it is he has to say. His light breath caresses the shell of my ear, warmer and closer than I've felt anyone's. It forces a fluttered sigh out of me.
You are trapped, princess. This castle is your prison. You cannot leave it, nor can you leave today behind. Every day lived is merely an echo, an endless loop fated to repeat. Every word reverberates in the recesses of my soul. Despite this sting, I cannot help but feel there is truth to them. I begin to feel sick. A powerful headache overwhelms me whenever I think about it, but I don't want to stop thinking. I don't. What do you even know about this castle or about me? I know everything you do not. And it is my wish to show you. But it cannot be here or now. Time is running out.
When? Faced with my impatience, he lets out an amused breath that tickles my neck.
I shall find you after today's lessons. Be patient, my princess.
With that, he steps back once more. Suddenly it feels as if the world is turned upside down. Everything spins in front of my eyes. Everything. My bedroom, my castle, my gardens, my squire, my teacher, my father. I feel myself falling for what seems like an eternity until a pair of strong arms catch me.
Princess, are you alright?
Have you seen anyone suspicious?
Suspicious? No, Princess. I haven't seen anyone unusual, or anything that would give cause for alarm.
I see. Why did I stop in the middle of the corridor? I guess I spaced out. Okay, so someone's cast some sort of magic. Maybe it's affecting all the princesses. Maybe it's keeping us all in... A chest! You used the chest key. Potion. Really? Really? Well, I mean, maybe it'll come in handy. For a normal game in a turn-based RPG genre, a single potion found so cryptically would be kind of weird and misplaced and almost like seem like a goof. But in a game like this, where my princess literally doesn't seem to be wearing anything that could give her pockets, I feel like a potion is pretty useful. Oh, hey, I see. For anyone who's just coming in, this is not any of the games that we had on our docket. It's a game that we had downloaded a demo for a while ago, and I wanted to try it out, and I am immediately captivated. Meow! Damn human, give me chicken! You've conversed with 1 out of 13 cats! How stressful. This kind of celebration is always so unrewarding. It just gives us a lot of extra work. Despite the extra work, I'm excited. Think of all the radiant nobles we'll see tonight. The dresses, the music. You're dreaming a bit too much. None of that has anything to do with us. You're such a grouch. And you're a ditz. Oh, Princess, we didn't expect you here. Princess, we're preparing the banquet held in your honor tonight. Now stop daydreaming and keep working. You obtained a potion. I'm obtaining so many potions today. It looks delicious. I wonder if some traumatic event happened when she was 13. And maybe her father doesn't want her to grow up? I'm assuming that it has to do with him. Because it makes sense that he doesn't want his little girl to grow up. Especially because she's being trained for literal combat and war. The thing that he is literally setting his kingdom up for. So he has to face the reality that his daughter might actually end up fighting. And maybe he doesn't like that. I wonder what the scientific literature he put in the fiction section was. Also, we still haven't seen the witch. I feel like seeing the witch is gonna either confirm something or cause a twist or something. Like, just seeing the witch. Yeah, I can only check this book that's a philosophy book. Not everyone sees her as 13 years old. So the professor, Chrono, and... and the fortune teller. This path leads to the stables. Not my favorite smell. Yeah, Mikan, fun! You converse with 2 out of 13 cats. Oh, the princess' feet is touching dirt. Ooh. Huh? I've never crossed these gates. I can only imagine the world beyond.
Harder! Let's get down to business.
Oh, are those literally hedge mazes? Can I go into them? Oh, I don't think I can. Oh, wait. Oh, there's the book! How the fuck did it get in this fucking maze? What was he doing? History book. From the worn out edges, you can tell it's seen a lot of use. This reminds me of the hedge maze in the castle in Amori. Honestly, I wouldn't mind more time loop RPGs. We still haven't actually played In Stars in Time yet. We'll probably do that next season. Oh, Princess Berenice, have you seen my history book? I don't know where I might have left it. You found it? Thank you so much! I meant to wait until this evening to give you the present, but please take it. They're to be treasured. I've kept them safe until now. 5 silver coins. They don't look like a normal currency. What are they? These coins were used during the reign of the first king. Aren't they fascinating? Moreover, they're 5 jousting coins, just like the fables of the beggar who gave 4 of his 5 coins to orphans. Chance? Synchronicity? Serendipity? The librarian looks excited. Even if they can no longer be used as currency, I believe they hold value among collectors. I see. I'll take good care of them. I wonder if I could have done that twice in a row, and if my my inventory would have stayed consistent. Actually, now that I think about it, kind of like there's like in the God Eater 3 and was it like Tales of Abyss, you start in a prison. And it's kind of like the tutorial area and like the status quo. And I think that there's actually a lot of that situation where it's like the status quo. And the status quo is where the tutorial is and where the character is, you know, most safest. And it's in that safety being disrupted that you get thrown into the meat of the game itself. Naya, will you stay with me for a little bit? Oh. No, I won't. This is the house of the Crysteria's Oracle. I shouldn't disturb her, nor should I break her concentration in any way. Oh. Oh, does this mean I'm not gonna have a chance to talk to Daddy? After the lesson, that's what happens. You seem lively this morning. No, I mean happy birthday, princess! Thank you, Chrono. The kid smiles slightly in an attempt to conceal his nervousness. So, training even on a day of celebrations? Of course! I want to become a proper squire for my princess! I can't neglect a single day of training. Why don't you show me your progress? Oh, you wish to train with me, princess? Are there no other matters you wish to tend to first? Let's begin. You got a new skill. Some skills have a cooldown and you have to wait a few turns before using them again. Invictum. Increases dodge by 50% for 1 turn. The way that the sprites move and stuff makes me think of like an obscure anime Flash game in like the early 2000s. Yo, leveled up! Good job, Bernice. Well fought, Chrono. Thank you, princess. I shall practice harder. Princess, I bring a message from Solomon. Yeah, no, he wants me to come. I shall see you later. Keep training hard. I will, princess. Well, I'll take today's lesson to be a revision. Very well. Let's take a look at this map. Would you like a review, princess? The Ashen. Legends tell that at the dawn of time, the gods presented the first kings with unusual creatures. The great Crysteripeteia received was one of the imposing winged beasts, with claws like swords and breath of fire. Dragons. That's right, dragons, guardians of Crysteripeteia, or so it should have been. Unfortunately, the pride and ambition of these creatures led them to revolt, as they wanted to make this land their own. It is said not even the Terrors have carried out massacres as bloody as those our kingdoms experienced back then. Seeing this, the goddess interceded on our behalf with a severe punishment. She stripped the dragons of their wings and strength, turning them into humans like the ones they had so despised, and banished them to a place that was named the Mountains of Penance, where they still live, oblivious to the rest of the world. These humans who were once dragons are today known as the Ashen. Do you think that the Ashen will ever be a threat? I see it as unlikely. They have lived secluded in the mountains for centuries, and they only emerge to trade on rare occasions. I should add that they have the responsibility of Crysteripeteia and are under the kingdom's protection. If they were attacked, Crysteripeteia would intervene, just as it would if they were to provoke any sort of conflict. What happened to the creatures of the other kingdoms? Nothing is known about them. The popular belief is that they decided to go into hiding. Petrified by the punishment of the dragons, they may have become extinct. What about the dragon that the king rode? Nye, the one who fought for Crysteripeteia along with the king, was only a dragon who did not receive the wrath of the goddess. He was the last of his kind. Such was their bond that, according to legends, his heart stopped when the king's did. What a commendable sense of loyalty. Very well, princess. That will be all for today. Thank you for the lesson, Professor. Will I see you at the banquet?
I shall show up, of course. There's a momentous occasion of the four princesses' birthdays.
Until this evening, then. Princess, I didn't mean to intrude, but I have a personal request. What is it? It's about my grandmother. She said she would like to see you today. Oh, I have her permission to visit? Yes, she's eagerly expecting you. Besides, she seems a bit stressed these days. Perhaps you could cheer her up. Understood. I should have a true honor to visit the Oracle. Thank you, Princess. Remember that my house is the one by the lake in the east. I was about to go back to my room, but I don't really feel like there's much reason to. I should save just in case. Ooh, that's a nice amount of slots. 24? To think that every kingdom is celebrating a birthday today. It'd be interesting if the other three princesses end up being like party members. Huh? Oh, this is a perfect place to intercept me, actually.
Such a magnificent castle. There's an air of childish whimsy and a lack of worry and concern, wouldn't you agree?
Who?
Oh, have you forgotten me so soon, Princess? After such a magical encounter this morning?
At once as I feel a sharp pain inside my head. It feels as if invisible knives are being relentlessly driven into my skull! When I eventually open my eyes once more, his face starts to look familiar. I remember you.
I promised that I'd return for you, and here I am.
This accursed headache again, clouding my judgment. I want answers. Start by telling me who you are.
My name is Seneca. I am but a humble messenger who managed to sneak into your castle. A lot of difficulty, I might add.
Messenger of whom?
Of the person who can break the curse that weighs down upon your kingdom. If you're willing to do what is necessary to do so, that is.
My kingdom? Cursed? I don't understand. Whenever I try to think about it in my head, why do I suddenly have such a heavy feeling in my heart?
You're a prisoner in your own realm, Princess, so as long as you remain here, you'll be unable to see or think clearly. But, just by speaking of such things, I've already inflicted grave pain upon you. The more I say now, the more you'll suffer, and the less you'll understand.
I don't care, I want to hear it! My voice raises in anger, as if doing so could somehow take the anguish away. He, however, remains calm.
Come with me.
Seneca holds out his hand towards the princess.
Come inside my domain, where my mistress awaits. She can lift the veil clouding your mind and alleviate your pain. Just for tonight, hear the truth spoken from her lips. Then you may freely decide if you wish to confront reality, or resign yourself to the everlasting cycle, to living and reliving your 13th birthday time and time again in ignorant bliss.
Oh, maybe her dad's already dead. If she's reliving her 13th year, then a lot of stuff has happened since then. And it's all being blacked out. I did just save, so first I won't trust him. You appear seemingly out of nowhere, only a spout complete nonsense. Do you expect me to leave the safety of my castle to go with you? I don't know what you're after, but I won't be baited so easily. Seneca stares at me with a patient smile. I find him hard to read.
That makes you feel better, doesn't it? Convincing yourself that this is a trap and I'm an imposter sets you at ease. That way, you can simply believe that everything is fine without questioning anything at all. Oh, the truth can be unforgiving. I cannot blame you for lacking the courage to face it. Perhaps I'd act the same in your position.
He lets out a small laugh. The sound grates against my ears.
Except that you will keep thinking and trying to make sense of it all, day after day. For you know deep down something is amiss. Allow me to speak plainly, Princess. If you don't come with me now, you'll remain trapped in this castle, trapped reliving the same day forever, until you're inevitably consumed. Is that what you truly want?
His hand is still extended out, waiting for mine. I can just refuse? Even assuming you're speaking the truth, about the very thing I already know in my heart, somehow. In the end, I have no guarantee that you offer answers will be true. Perhaps following you will only make things worse. So no, I will not be going anywhere with you. I will not be leaving my castle just to follow a stranger's promises. His expression turns deadly serious. Slowly he withdraws his hand.
Who'd have thought that you, the impudent Princess of Cristeria, would be such a coward? It seems you wouldn't have been of any help after all.
How dare you?
Have you made your choice? Thus, we shall never meet again. Enjoy your birthday, Princess.
Huh? Why did I stop in the middle of the path? I was just going to visit the Oracle. I feel like I've forgotten something, but I don't know what. Damn! Princess, wake up! By the goddess's grace, your kingdom is awakened, and so must you. Surely you must be aware today is a special day. A special day? That is a hell of a game over. Princess, you pissed the bed on your 13th year again. I love the premature doesn't leave the nest game over. It's the refusal of the call, but it's the refusal of the call in the hero's journey way that pretty much just is a non-starter. Honestly, she's doing a TV glow. I made her do a TV glow. Oh, my wardrobe just has a 13-year-old size clothes in it. It's just sparkly because I can interact with it. Also, I'm very curious on why her clothing is the clothing that it is. Maybe it's just, you know, for like, not salacious, tantalizing reasons in terms of like meta-ly. Like the developer is just like, I want my character to start off wearing an apron. But I am curious if it's reflective of something, or like she's dressed like that in current day for some reason, and it bled in. It's a really good mystery. Or it's a tantalizing mystery. Okay, I wanted to do the same thing I did before to start, because I liked how it gave me one more chance, and I don't know if it'll remember that choice, but I'm curious, and also I like to express myself as a player in a specific way. Convincing yourself that this is a trap, and I'm an imposter sets you at ease. That way you can simply believe that everything is fine without questioning anything at all. Oh, the truth can be unforgiving. I cannot blame you for lacking the courage to face it. Perhaps I'd adapt the same way in your position. Except that you will keep thinking and trying to make sense of it all, day after day. For you know how deep down something is amiss. Allow me to speak plainly, Princess. If you don't come with me now, you'll remain trapped in this castle, trapped reliving the same day forever, until you're inevitably consumed. Is that what you truly want? His hand is still extended outward, waiting for mine. I can't find the words to refute what he says. I can't deny that something feels off. The way he says is the only thing that's made any sense out of everything I've heard. And how long? But then, my kingdom is. My eyes find themselves shutting for a moment as I try to process all that's welling up inside my chest. I try to chase away the fear that's gripping me before I find the strength to look at him again. I do not trust you. However, I cannot disregard the words you speak, not until I learn more about this matter and face the facts for myself. I am Crystelia's princess, and my kingdom means everything to me. I take his hand in acceptance, and suddenly a strange sensation washes over me. I can't quite describe it. It's as if it's like waking up. He smiles and folds his fingers around mine. His voice lowers from the closeness. It's softer, more intimate. Are you afraid? Of course. I answer, looking into his eyes with determination. I'm not ashamed to admit the obvious. And as I do, for a split second I swear his smile falters, and his face reflects something else. However, he's quick to dismiss it. His tone is kind when he speaks once more. I would be as well, probably. I must let you know that the outside world is just as dangerous as you've been told. You will need a weapon before we depart. Be quick about it. I shall be waiting near the main gate for you. Understood. I'll find a weapon and go to the gate. Just one more thing. Seneca lets go of the princess's hand. You will have a tendency to forget. I eased the effect when I held your hand, but you may forget me again if you're not careful. So keep repeating my name. Try to remember. Alright. Oh, this is so romantic! Ah! I'm so here for this! I should be playing more Ultimate games. Seneca. I'm very sorry, Oracle, but I can't visit you today. Right, if I visit the Oracle, then time will advance and everyone will be like, Princess, Princess, you need to talk to the king and do the banquet. And then it'll be too late. I need to find a weapon. With those guards over there, I won't be able to steal any of the training weapons without looking suspicious. I'll have to search elsewhere. Well, they didn't let me go to the stables before, so maybe I can go to the stables now. And Stars in Time will be a good game for y'all to play when you're, when you get around to it. Oh yeah, of course. The, prologue game, was so awesome. Seneca. And I think that this, what I was saying is, it's romantic in the way of, the circumstances are leading to an intimacy, a closeness that wouldn't have existed otherwise, and so it kind of what did that one guy say? What is it? Synchronicity, serendipity, or something else, right? It's I mean, obviously it's this was made up by a writer. Apples, they're my favorite. Like horses. The fire game has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Maybe if I talk to the professor? There's not a lot of places for me to go that I would think that. Oh, wait. The place where I got the potion. Seneca. Sometimes, just sharing a secret can make you feel close to someone. You obtain greatsword. Alright, I found a weapon. Now to find silica near the main gates. I've already found a weapon. Maybe I should have grabbed a spear instead. I probably would have still grabbed a sword regardless. Princess, why are you carrying such a weapon through the corridors? It's forbidden. I'm going to gardens to train. Oh, does the training squire not have the weapons for use? The soldiers are currently training, so there was no weapons left for me to take. I see. Please excuse me, Princess, but this is quite unusual. Understand that I must inform your father about this. What's with her? What's her problem? I can't let her involve my father. He never let me leave the castle. Alright, I shall return the weapon. There is no need to bother the king over such matters. I'm not giving up on this weapon. I shall try again. Princess, did you not return the weapon already? I'm going to the gardens to train. I have graced you with an answer, yet you insist on wasting my time, questioning me as though I were some common thief. I didn't mean. Explain something to me, maid. Do you believe that your princess owes you any kind of explanation about what she does? No, of course not. Then go back to your duties, or I'll have to inform my father that a maid is overstepping her boundaries. Yes, Princess, I'm sorry. Well, that did the trick.
Princess, may I ask about that weapon you're carrying? You know the king's law, only he and the royal guard are permitted to carry them inside the castle.
I'm taking it back to where I got it from. The gardens. You may watch as I leave through the front door for a reassurance if you must.
I see. In that case, I beg for you not to bring it inside the castle again. We must follow the king's law.
It shall not happen again. To everyone, it's a 13-year-old dragging a fucking greatsword like, yeah, I'm just bringing this to the training hall. Well, that did the trick. I should save. I feel like saving is a good idea. I like saving. Do you like saving? Saving is good. Hope you enjoy your palling around. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red outside? I thought the blood moon was over. I made it out of the castle. Now I must head for the gates. Oh, there he is.
You found a weapon. Excellent. Now don't just drag it behind you like a misbehaving child. You do know how to use one of those, don't you?
But I love dragging a sword behind me like a misbehaving child.
I see that you're ready. Let's go to the main gate.
How about you? Do you have a weapon?
I guess you've been wondering, so allow me to confirm that I am a magician.
As I thought. You should know that magic is forbidden in Cristeria.
And all Harmonia, really. But this won't be the first law you'll break today. My magic is at your service, Princess. Use it to achieve your ends.
Seneca joins your party. Seneca uses elemental and healing magic. His spells consume MP, which can be recovered by performing a normal attack. Some enemies have elemental strengths and weaknesses. That means that attacks from certain elements may do more or less damage than usual. 3. Weaknesses will appear as a question mark, and will only be revealed when the enemy is attacked by their element. I love it when my whole party runs together. Can't wait to see how fucked up the world is now. And they're about to be like, oh, you're kidnapping the princess, because he kinda is. Before the main gate stand several soldiers barring our passage. But why? Has someone raised the alarm?
Princess, our niece. You know better than anyone that it is forbidden to cross the gates.
Open them, that's an order.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. There's a direct order from the king himself.
There's no higher authority than my father. Not even I could disobey.
Princess, for your own safety, I beg you step away from this intruder and return to the castle.
The guards are determined, gripping their weapons tightly. They won't let us pass through. I meet their stares with defiant eyes as the unthinkable starts shaping in my mind. How far am I willing to go to obtain what I desire? Almost without realizing it, my hand lowers towards the hilt of my sword.
Princess?
I shall cross through those gates, no matter what it takes. That's a lot of fucking guards! The princess has unlocked a new skill, Authority. Authority skills can boost the power of allies. When the enemy is about to execute a normal attack, Yellow Flash, you can block 50% of the damage if you press OK at the right moment. Calamitous! Potion! Invictium! Awkward. We survived! Let's Imperia! Actually, these potions came in real handy. We're in a bad place. It might not matter. Game over! Well, the autosave is literally just a minute sooner. I admittedly thought these guys would be pushovers. I thought I could just bulldoze them like we would do in a normal RPG scenario. It's like, oh, I got a mage and I got a warrior. It won't take that long to get these guys down. And it's like, no, I need to be smart. Actually, I need to start with authority skills. They really like targeting my mage. Fuck! Alright, this is gonna be my rally for a little bit longer. Well, you know, you become incontinent upon death, so... I mean, honestly, realistically, fighting 5 armed guards with halberds with someone who's a magic caster and a single swords person, honestly, fully armored, like fucking Dragoon Knights, it does feel like we are at a disadvantage. Not the other way around. I really like having a living mage. Not getting timed hits is really fucking me up. Especially when they cast Onslaught. I'm gonna go on the attack first. Hopefully I can get enough damage that I can kill some quickly. Oh no! I was doing so well! I needed that extra turn. And there we are, dead again. I'm a Fear and Hunger player. I can handle this. I can handle this. Oh, they all targeted her. Oh! I missed! Oh boy! Holy hell! That was really good. That was wow. That was a struggle. That was a fucking struggle. Oh, they're fucking dead. They're not just we didn't destroy them, we murdered them. Well, I mean, they wouldn't let us leave, so it's just the bot. They're, I don't know. It's a strong scene. The overbearing silence that follows drowns out everything but the sound of my own panting. The air is turned ice cold. Who'd have guessed that you'd have it in you to raise a sword against your own subjects? This is the first time you've taken another life, isn't it? Seneca's voice pulls me out of my trance, and then I realize my loyal soldiers lie all around me, fatally wounded by my hand. I'm not proud of this. I wish I had been given a choice. No need to despair, Princess. Sometimes we must be willing to do the unthinkable for a greater good. Take a look now. I raise my eyes to the gates to find them wide open. Beyond them I can't discern anything but shadows. The sight is so daunting that it takes my breath away. Is this the world beyond my castle? This is the end of childhood, Princess. What is this forest? It wasn't visible from the castle walls. Keep moving forward. We should come across an old cottage hidden away in the woods. Okay, our shit got refilled. The crimson leaves of the trees remind me of flames. A black bird. Was that a crow? You seem surprised. This is the first time I've seen a real one. You're like a little cub who just dared to venture out of its den, aren't you? I never had the chance to set foot beyond the castle walls. In a small clearing of the forest, I find a statue of a woman on her knees. She looks like she's kneeling to pray. How strange. This doesn't look like an altar to the goddess. Who might she be? Whoever it may be a statue of, she's very beautiful, wouldn't you agree? Yes, she is. Chew with your mouth closed, damn it! I mean, off in the distance, an unexpected sight sends a chill down my spine. Terrors. Alright. On guard! Well, on the bright side, it's only one enemy. Level up. Wonder if there's gonna be like a skill tree or anything. Are you alright? Let's continue. My words escape as a growl, a tired order. I can taste bile on my tongue, but I swallow my nausea and fear both. Did you know? It's said that the stomach of terrors is a bottomless pit. No matter how much life they devour, they will never feel satiated. There's an abyss inside them, a hole of perpetual emptiness. Can you imagine? What a terrible sickness. It is. Take care that you never suffer from it. In any case, I was just thinking out loud, don't mind me. Filthy creature. I wonder if terrors used to be humans now. Her bloody face wears an expression of dread I've never seen before. Oh, we got random battles now too? Oh, now our health and stuff are persistent.
getting close. Keep moving forward.
Alright. What is that tower in the distance?
I heard it's a prison.
It's probably literally the castle that we just left. I have the constant feeling that we're being watched. Seneca, there's someone over there.
Worry not, they won't come any closer.
How do you know? Who are they?
Some old acquaintances, but pay them no heed. Not for the time being. We better keep moving forward. Time is running out.
Is this the place?
My mistress is waiting inside.
A mysterious mage who guides the princess. With an old grimoire and a tunic. No secrets. Huh? This is... His mistress is the witch. This is nothing but an illusion, princess. Soon you shall realize that here you are able to think clearly. For better or worse. In front of us is a woman of outstanding beauty. Her voice is calm and her smile enigmatic. She seems familiar. Thank you for guiding her, Seneca.
Mistress.
Allow me to welcome you, Princess Arnis. I am Cereza, the one many call a witch. I know you. You're the woman who walked alongside my father. Yes, I am. And it was here, in this very room, where the plan for your kingdom's fall was conjured up. Explain yourself. I must warn you that reality can be extremely cruel if you lack the courage to face it. I came all this way to hear the truth for myself, presuming there's any even coming from your lips. I shall start by revealing the reason behind your nonsensical behavior. The reason for it exists in a truth that you do not seem fully aware of. We are not in the real world, but in a dream. A dream? I feel a lump in my throat upon hearing that. Scenes and images flash in my head as I begin reliving visions of various moments, unable to tell which memories are real and which aren't. 7 years ago, the king of Cereza decided to defy the goddess's will by declaring war on the neighboring kingdom of Fortuna. His plan was to capture and execute Princess Margissa, the possessor of divine blood. This would have been the first time that the king dared to rebel against the goddess's plan. However, just as war seemed imminent, the unthinkable happened. One day, the day of your 13th birthday, right before dusk fell upon the land, the goddess descended from the heavens. She filled every last corner of your kingdom with her presence, and announced to all the punishment for Cereza's arrogance and disobedience. You, innocent child and blood of her blood, were merely put to sleep for the goddess to keep under her control. You have been immersed in a pleasant dream ever since, while your body kept growing as the years passed. The rest fell victim to a terrible curse. From the king to the very last vassal, everyone witnessed how their skin lost its warmth, only to be transformed into stone. Now an endless amount of statues fill every corner of your kingdom, with nothing but silence. Oh, so she actually really is 13. She's 13 in the body of a 20-something. Oh. Kinda makes me think of Repugnant Bounty. No. This can't be true. This means I have nothing left? So you're saying while I dreamed, every person I ever loved has been turned to stone? That if there truly is a real world, that I'm alone in it? I've never been alone before. It's incredibly hard for me to accept this. So unimaginably hard. Poor princess without a kingdom. Loneliness is a fearsome enemy for those who have never seen its claws before. You. I fix my gaze upon her, recognizing her as the source of all this misfortune. What kind of poisonous tales did you whisper in the king's ear? The same tales you came seeking for yourself. Princess, the truth. I did warn you, the truth can be devastating. But I'm afraid I lack the luxury of time to offer you every answer you seek. Soon, night shall fall upon your realm. And like every day before the last, you will inevitably wake in your room with no recollection of any of this. You must make a decision before that happens, here and now. You have my attention. There is a way to free your people of their fate. The path ahead is filled with thorns, but in you I discern a strong spirit, one of a true sovereign. I would not have come here otherwise. What do you gain from this? You are sharp. It's clear I would not be helping you if there was nothing for me to gain. We all were punished that night, Princess. I am no exception. So long as this curse weighs upon my shoulders, it's only natural that I should wish to help you end it. You were also turned to stone? But how? As soon as I noticed my skin transforming, I separated my soul from my body. Now I can only communicate with my apprentice, Seneca, thanks to the bond we share. This is why I act through him. I look at Seneca. He smiles weakly and nods his head. Since you know my condition, I must ask you to look on the table. There's something I left there which you shall need. When I look at him, Seneca looks back at me with a silent smile. A dagger. Its name is Soulbreaker. If you want to save your kingdom, you must kill the goddess with it. Kill the goddess? The mother of all creation? Such blasphemous words should feel like a blade to my ears, and yet they seem to comfortably nest within my heart. This is the goddess that Cristeria has worshipped for centuries, only for the devoted to have their faith and service spit upon in return? Ungrateful mother, I cannot help but curse her from the depths of my heart. So you say it's possible to kill the goddess with this dagger? Not exactly, for not even the Soulbreaker can achieve such a feat on its own. It requires certain circumstances, the first of which has already presented itself, an opportune moment. The goddess has fallen into a deep slumber after using the remnants of her power, inflicting a curse upon the entire kingdom. She is weaker than ever. This is why we must act now, before she recovers and wakes up. How will I even reach the goddess? Even the dead cannot go beyond the garden of the just. You shall know when the moment comes. Before that, you shall dedicate your efforts to preparing the Soul Breaker. This will be your true mission. I glance at the dagger between my fingers. Prepare it? How? Oh. You must plunge it deep into the hearts of the other princesses. Nourish it with blood, their long-lasting deaths. Feed it with their souls born from the goddess. Do that, and you shall be in possession of the most powerful weapon ever created. Capable of killing the goddess herself, now that she's weakened. To save my kingdom, I have to murder the other princesses? I love this, just like, I have no problem with this. It's terribly macabre. I won't be able to save my kingdom if I don't become a murderer who spills innocent blood. My soul will be callous, vile. But what are 3 lives compared to a whole kingdom? It's a fair sacrifice for the greater good. I'm sure Father would do it without so much of a second thought. Well, I am Crystaria's apprentice. I am Crystaria's princess. I will never turn my back on its people. For them, I am willing to stay in my hands and my soul. Spoken like a true sovereign. Now tell me how I can awaken from this spell. You must die, princess. When the princess our niece from the dream dies, the dream shall die with her. Only then will your eyes open in reality. Seneca will be waiting with the Soul Breaker at the capital in Fortuna. Look for an inn called Flowers for the Queen. I shall cast my gaze towards the reflection of the dagger's blade. I cast my gaze down toward the direction of the reflection of the dagger's blade. The girl within trembles, causing me to grip it tighter in a bid to banish my fear. Dying. Isn't your kingdom worth any kind of sacrifice? I collect my composure with a long, drawn-out breath before raising the dagger, holding it towards my chest with both hands. I almost wince when Seneca suddenly and unexpectedly grabs my wrist, forcing me to meet his gaze.
This is not the end. I promise. I'll see you again.
I offer him no reply except for a brief nod. Slowly he releases me, withdrawing his hand once more as he steps back. Tightening my hold on the hilt, I turn my attention back to the raised dagger. Its deadly gleam overwhelms me, as much as my own reflection on the blade does. My own eyes look back at me as if I were a foe to slay. Slay the princess! This is the first sacrifice. For my father. For my kingdom. The twilight of a kingdom is not gentle, nor is it serene. The twilight of a kingdom is tempestuous, cruel, merciless. It is a sword, axe, and hammer. Pain cries and devastating wounds. 2 hearts side by side, one withered, one bitter. Death is not kind. If it is intended to be so, I'd refuse it. For I swear that never again shall you take from me the frenzied madness that life should always be. Wow, that's actually really powerful. She doesn't want to be in the LCLC. She had to claw herself out of a most sweet dream into the painful nightmare of reality and face adulthood. I wake abruptly, the first breath of life grating on my ears. My pulse races uncontrollably as I instinctively bring a hand to my chest, resting atop the imaginary wound. I'm alive. The witch spoke true. I remain motionless for what seems like an eternity. I'm in my bedroom. Yeah, it's foreign to me. It's then that I realize I'm surrounded by flowers on my bed, scattered atop the sheets as if it were a grave. Not a single petal withered. I feel so exhausted, and my body feels so heavy. My entire being feels weighed down. It's an immense effort to merely lift myself upright. When my feet finally touch the floor, my knees begin to quiver. A sense of immense loneliness overwhelms me. Yo, this juxtaposition, though. It's full of dust. Oh, no key. Oh, probably a good time to save. It's full of dust. I brush away some of the dust on my hand to peer at my reflection. I look the same, but am I? It's dark and extremely silent. My bed. My grave. Denise, is that you? No longer will you come to wake me every morning. No longer will I see your smile. I'll bring you back to life, I promise. My immediate thought is that there's more to the Cersei's request. I mean, not to be all the like chosen one type shit, but like I don't think that it's just 3 lives that would be snuffed out, especially if in the interim of the years that that we've been asleep, if they become rulers, then we're literally committing regicide. Killing leaders. All for the prosperity, not even the prosperity, for the clawing back the existence of this kingdom. A small gleam near the statue's feet catches the princess's attention. Half moon-shaped stone. I may need this. Great sword. The sword feels really heavy. The fact that she can even walk right now is actually is really lucky. Because when you're like in a coma, your muscles atrophied if you don't move for long periods of time. And it's not like when someone's in a coma in a hospital where, like, there's, like, nurses or something that, like, move your body a little bit. So much silence. I'm actually surprised that they made a whole character to train with, and having your party even for a little bit, that's not going to be in the main story. So I'm curious about that, or if they'll reuse that asset. Or maybe it was like, Chrono was like a starting asset, like one of the first characters they put into the game. And so it's not like a lot, it wasn't like a lot put into him. Also, if he's stoned and he gets woken up, he'll be 12. Father. Father, it's me. I don't know if you can hear me underneath that shell of stone, but I promise to do everything in my power to save and avenge our kingdom. I will be worthy. Even if it costs me my life. Determination swells in the princess's breast upon offering her pledge, almost as if her father had somehow heard her, and offered up what little strength he had left to give. Defense +1. Okay, now I just feel fear and hunger. Now I'm just fear and hunger brained. This is a long this is basically the equivalent of everything that's happened up till now is the equivalent of what happens on the train in Fear and Hunger, but for this story. I wonder what I would have gotten if I had said destroy the world. Maybe +1 attack. I like it when our choices reflect our the way our character is reflects our choices. I would probably enjoy the Fable games very much in that regard. Goodbye, Father. The doors to the throne room are locked. I wonder where Cereza's statue is. Damn. Also, it feels weird to say avenge our kingdom when the king was literally going to, like, go to war with the kingdom, kill a bunch of innocent people. It seemed like he was doing he was gonna do a power grab. It wasn't an honorable reason to go to war. Honestly, this is reminding me of the anime 12 Kingdoms, which we're huge fans of. We only just got into recently. I love action otome games. Wait. Oh. It's full of dust. Oh, that book isn't there. I'm sorry, Professor. Map of Harmonia. Maybe there are people who weren't in the kingdom that day? Who got out? Probably not, but... also, it is bold to create characters, especially interesting characters, and then to freeze them in stone for the rest of the story. The main doors are very heavy. I try as I might, but right now I lack the strength to force them open. I must find another way out. A balcony, perhaps? Oh, I guess I'll have to scale down my own balcony, because that's really the only balcony I have access to, I think. I feel so alone. I can't descend while carrying this sword. It's too heavy. I have no choice but to throw it down and hope for the best. I began climbing down carefully. My body feels clumsy and weak. Moving my limbs has never felt so difficult. It only makes it halfway down before my grip loosens and I slip. My arms lacking the strength to hold on to the vine any longer. Ah! My startled scream precedes a violent impact upon the ground. I feel numb. Whether I've broken a bone or not, I can't tell, but I lack the strength to stand up. I curl up against myself instead. I'm alone. Alone in a world with no voices or faces. I should have stayed inside the dream. The pitiful tears that follow are unavoidable. For what feels like an eternity, my sobbing is all I can hear, echoing through the cold night. Daddy. A threatening, deep and guttural growl suddenly pulls me into my reality. An enormous black beast towers over me, staying upright at its hind legs. Its crimson eyes pierce my soul. I can't find my sword, but even with it, I'd like the strength to stand up before the beast decided to pounce. What if this is just another dream? What if I wake up again? Perhaps death will be a new beginning. My instincts scream to run away, to crawl if necessary. I don't want to die, to be devoured like some piece of meat. It can't end like this. Don't touch her! There's no time to think before a stranger suddenly places himself between the terror and I. He stands tall and firm, shield raised defiantly. It's Chrono! His eyes shine with a fierce glow, as if he's in a frenzy. The warrior wastes no time striking the beast small with his shield, thrusting his sword deep into its underbelly. The blade tears through its entrails in a brutal, merciless movement. The hideous shriek of the terror echoes through the night, like an ill-fated melody of a living nightmare. It's enough to make my blood run cold. I stare up at the stranger's back, transfixed as his body tolls beneath the weight of his heavy breathing. I don't know him, and yet... Princess. Within his indigo eyes, I swear I catch a glimpse of a blue sky. A far away, gentle and yet somehow familiar sky. My lips curl into a very weak smile. I've borne witness to a ghost, and at the sight of him I feel home again. My eyes draw to a close. I might be falling, but I feel... This is actually a perfect place for the demo to end. This is a perfect place for the demo to end. It's like it's how you would, this if it was an anime. This is where you'd end the first episode, and that's where you hit them with the ED. But you know, this isn't my game, so I can't dictate how they decide to pace it. Oh, so the Oracle also didn't get frozen? Interesting. So I guess he's just been here the whole time, just training until she wakes up. Chrono, come eat something. The princess won't disappear if you take your eyes off her for a brief moment. Forgive me, grandmother, but I don't have any appetite. Ah, youth. Always driven by passion and nothing else. She will return to us. No longer under I sense a curse upon her. Grandmother, do you think the princess's awakening might be a sign that the kingdom is recovering? I lament to be the one to snatch such hope away from you, but I'm afraid the goddess's punishment remains well rooted in this land. It must be something else. Someone must have awakened the princess. For good or for bad. Who? Well, why don't we ask her, now that she's stirring awake? I open my eyes wearily. Soon enough, I notice something is out of place. For as long as I can remember, the first sight that always greeted me upon awaking was my bedroom. So, where am I now? This unfamiliar ceiling. Oh. Oh, wow. Interesting. That's not a thing I thought would happen if I pressed the button that I pressed. Yeah, yeah, I can't Steam screenshot this game. Good thing I'm streaming it, so I have every single frame of it, I hope, saved. Well, currently saving to my hard drive, as we speak. Every single moment. For as long as I can remember, the first sight that always greeted me upon waking was my bedroom. So where am I now? Princess, oh, I deeply fear that I would never see you again during what little time remains of my life. A voice? A familiar voice, almost as if nothing had changed. Oracle! Wait, I recognize this place, but I can't make any sense of this. Am I dreaming again? Is my mind simply overwhelmed by grief knowing that I'm truly alone in this world? I'm so happy to see you! My dear child, it is you who has been brought such unimaginable happiness to this old woman. But this isn't impossible, is it? The whole kingdom was... Only the two of us could avoid the curse. It's truly a tragedy. Immediately, I take notice of the other survivor in the room. It's the young man who saved me from the terror. Wait. Chrono? It has been a while. But you were always so much younger than me. You were just a child. I've always been but a year younger than you, Princess. Having lived inside a dream for so long, I'm now having difficulty distinguishing reality from what was inside my mind all this time. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! This game is gonna Amori us! No! Fuck. Yeah, I was just thinking about it while I was saying before about like the opening area and how it's kind of like a place of stagnation and breaking free of it and finishing the tutorial and going past like the bed gravity, I guess you could say. That's a term that we use in our household for I don't want to get up right now. even if it's not necessarily a bed, like when you don't, couch locked is a term that like weed smokers sometimes use. But just the concept of having lived inside a dream so much that that dream constituted your reality enough that you are used to the things in the dream being the way you see people in your life. Like, it's kind of fucked up. I love dissociation. Having lived inside a dream for so long, I'm now having difficulty distinguishing reality from what was inside my mind all this time. You should know that Chrono has been protecting the castle against terrors and bandits ever since that fateful day. Truth be told, bandits rarely step inside these lands for fear of being cursed. I never thought you'd become this strong. I promised you that I would. Subtle as he might be, and despite his calm demeanor, I feel my doubts have offended him. What else can I say? Up until only a moment ago, he was just a child to me. I couldn't possibly see him as a true warrior. I still can't believe that I'm truly awake. It's becoming difficult to distinguish dream from reality. Just a moment ago, I thought I was completely alone in the world. And now, for some reason, you both are here by my side. I fear this may be too good to be true. Believe it to be true, princess. Even in these dark days, there is always a reason. I am the goddess's oracle because I partook of her fruit. A part of her essence runs through my veins, purifying my soul. That is why I possess the power to repel her rage. I did all that I could to keep Chrono safe, until the goddess's light faded from the sky and nothing but the black night remained. The oracle closes her eyes in sorrow. It must be a very painful memory for her. To think while all this happened, I was dreaming of bright days and celebrations. My gaze falls low upon the sheets as I become prey to my own guilt and anger. Oracle. Chrono. I raise my head towards them. If I have ever harbored any doubts about the path I must walk, they're well and truly gone now. I'm here to break the curse and free our kingdom. You aim to kill the goddess. I realize what I just said would be deemed the most unforgivable form of blasphemy, but it's been a long time since the goddess ceased being our guardian and instead became our executioner. Never again shall I worship the one who destroyed my kingdom. The goddess's punishment has been terrible. In such dark hours, only a fool would fail to understand how such anger might be overwhelming. However, in spite of everything that has happened, she is still the guardian of the world. None can tell what will become of the land and our very souls without her. Earlier you confessed that your visions have you weakened. It coincides with what the witch said, does it not? That the goddess fell into a deep slumber, and now her presence is barely felt? Haven't both sun and moon continued to rise and fall, even in her absence? My child, you speak of matters unknown to you. Not even I, as close to the goddess as I am, know all the details. You might do well to remember that it is the truth spoken by a witch that ultimately resulted in the fall of an entire kingdom. Back then, your father refused to listen. That woman had dug her claws well into him, filling his ears with dastardly whispers. And now she's doing the same to you. She's leaving you deaf and blind with rage. I fear the Crystaria's downfall may not suffice for her. Don't assume that I trust the witch. I mistrust her intentions just as much as you do, but in spite of that, she's not wrong. Our kingdom is cursed. Is there any possibility of saving Crystarea? If there is, I will entertain it, no matter the cost. I cannot walk away. Oh, my child, you speak with such passion, but also as someone who feels that they have nothing left to lose. As if the world has already ended for you, and nothing but sorrow and hatred remain. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Oracle. I truly am. But accepting the death sentence bestowed upon my kingdom is not an option for me. This is not what I was born to do. If you are so keen on defying fate, at least allow this poor old woman to ask you one last question. You are about to spill innocent blood and sink the world into the depths of chaos. What feelings stir in your heart knowing this? I can't allow myself to feel. As a future sovereign of Cristeria, I am in a position where I'm required to make difficult choices. The fate of an entire kingdom rests solely upon my shoulders. I do not have the luxury of doubting myself, nor indulging in cowardice or compassion. The Oracle nods gloomily. But I can promise you from the bottom of my heart that the first drop of blood that I am willing to spill for this kingdom is my own. The path you walk will be full of thorns. I shall pray for your soul not to stray along the way. Chrono remains silent, not offering up a single word on the matter. I cannot tell what he must think of all this. For some reason, I'm beginning to feel very sleepy. My eyelids begin to close, and I'm forced to shake my head just to stay awake. You should rest. There's still a long night ahead. I've been resting for 7 years. I don't understand why I feel so tired. You are unused to being awake. You will likely experience periods of deep sleep for a while, until your body adjusts. I'll give you a remedy to help you recover faster. However, you must try to gather your strength for tomorrow. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, Oracle. She offers a weak smile before I turn to leave for bed. I open my eyes abruptly. My heart's pounding. It's still night. The darkness unsettles me. I'm not used to it. Am I awake? Suddenly the fear that I may be somewhere else overwhelms me. What if the Oracle and Chrono have disappeared? The Oracle. I notice her sleeping in the bed next to me, and a sense of relief washes over me. Looking at her face as she sleeps makes me feel more at ease. At least I know she's still here, and it wasn't a dream. On the other hand, I don't see Chrono. The silence that fills the air is tormenting me. I wonder, will death be similar to this? The frigid air greets my skin with a pinch as I step outside. It's a strange thing to accept that Cristelia has become so cold. I finally spot Chrono. He's lying on the grass close to the lake. Is he asleep? His eyes are closed. He seems to be asleep. It still feels strange when I think about how he's the same kid I knew from the dream. I find myself drawn to his company and carefully sit down alongside him. My eyes get lost in the quiet stillness of the lake. At this hour, the water looks like a dark, bottomless well. Nothing is as I remember. Where is my kingdom? Who dwells in it? You couldn't sleep either. I can't help but jump slightly in spite of how calm his voice is. When I shift my gaze to him, I find he's looking back at me in turn. I'm sorry. Did I wake you? No. This might be the most important game for me this year. Hey, you didn't come You didn't come to sleep out here because I was occupying your bed, did you? No, I noticed a slight blush on his cheeks. He breathes out a discreet sigh. I was just thinking. You were very quiet earlier. I would like to know your thoughts about me. Inside, I'm filled with fear. I wouldn't like to leave tomorrow knowing that I've disappointed him too. Do you think I'm a monster, Chrono? Huh? He stares at me with a mixture of surprise and silence, as if his next thought is something he cannot bring himself to say. He soon returns his gaze to the sky, a similar glint of melancholy behind his eyes. I admire you, Princess. It is true that I have always admired you, since I was young, but hearing you speak today of spilling your own blood for the kingdom, and with such fierce conviction. Chrono empties his chest with a slow sigh. You were willing to walk a path not many would have the courage to take, for the good of your people. As a squire, I cannot help but feel very fortunate to serve you. A strange feeling begins to stir deep within my chest after hearing his words. I turn my gaze forward again, toward the black abyss, posing as a lake. My feet move idly on the grass, one rubbing against the other. It's a relief to hear that, Chrono. Yet at the same time, I'm surprised. You know as well as your grandmother that making an attempt on the goddess's life is a crime unlike any ever imagined. If it is a crime, then I will help you commit it. His declaration is met with wide eyes that I turn to look at him again, stunned. To hear those words, to my ears they sound like agreement. I feel that Chrono understands me, that I'm not alone. It's almost as if a part of those days is still with me. Am I that afraid? You're brave. You're so brave, Chrono. Or perhaps just as reckless as I am. I feel selfish for admitting that I would just as gladly accept your company on the path that lies ahead. However, words lodge themselves heavily in my throat. I leave them there to die, under the yoke of silence. Princess, could you try laying down for a moment? I can't hide my bewilderment as I look at him, his gaze still fixated on the sky above. Though puzzled, I oblige and mimic him regardless. I lie down with my back on the grass, and I can't help but let out a breath of amazement. I had been so focused on the lake that I hadn't paid attention to how beautiful the stars look. When was the last time I truly saw them? I think it was many, many years ago, together with Chrono. Just like this. Those days didn't hurt. We remained like this for a while, lying side by side in silence, watching the stars shimmer from his pocket of calm, lost within a withered kingdom. His presence brings me a comfort. And the breeze is gentle, and my eyelids are only getting heavier. Who would have guessed that even in the depths of darkness, I would still find something so Where am I? The mattress that nestles warmly against my still body feels familiar, but the air carries a scent I haven't breathed in a long time. One that might have greeted me in the gardens of the past, and I feel such joy and such sorrow. It's overwhelming. Oh, goddess, is that you? I managed to open my eyes. The silhouette of a stranger in dangerous proximity to the princess makes my blood run cold. How was your awakening, princess? His whispers warmly with a sweet voice, a serpent in a child's ears. Now you know how much truth there was in my mistress's words. Reality cuts deeper than 1,000 swords. I cannot move. It's as if I lack not only a body, but a voice too. Oh. So you're not alone. So, Crystaria's oracle is alive. How fortunate that she survived. It must have been quite a relief for you. The stranger looks at me intently, aware of my presence. For a moment. He's all that I can see and perceive. Goddess of mine, mother of creation, I beg of you to open your eyes. For shadows spread while you sleep. I have a feeling that it's not going to be as easy as just slitting the goddess's throat in her sleep, even if we do get the dagger to be as powerful as it needs to be. There's lots of machinations at work. And maybe we shouldn't succeed. I'm still here? It seems nothing robbed the kingdom's birds of their song. The last thing I remember is watching the stars with Chrono. So I had to end up back in bed. Probably fell asleep and was carried to bed. You're awake. Good morning, Chrono. You seem surprised. No, I mean, good morning, Princess. How did you sleep? I slept well. I assume it was thanks to your grandmother's remedy. That's good to hear. Chrono, I don't quite remember what happened last night. Did I fall asleep? Yes, outside. I carried you to your bed afterwards. Grandmother wasn't exaggerating when she said you were a deep sleeper. Are you sure nothing else happened? What do you mean? I mean, that you're a man now, and I a woman. And as you just pointed out, I was in a deep sleep, and that left me unaware. I would never disrespect you, Princess. Never. He seems incredibly offended. Perhaps I was wrong doubting him. Yeah, but also misogyny exists, and unfortunately, you haven't been around for 7 years. So, as much as he has every right to be offended, the question is valid to ask. Although, honestly, it wasn't that she was really suspicious about, technically. Because, as we know, someone was watching her while she slept. And whispering in her ear. So, obviously, Chrono is the good boy romance path. And the other one is the bad boy romance path. Obviously. Good morning, Oracle. Oh, morning, Princess. Would you be so kind as to bring me one of the little jars from the table by the entrance? Oh, sure. Oh yeah, I just saved. You obtained a small jar! Ah yes, this one is perfect. The Oracle begins filling the jar with some sort of elixir she seems to have been preparing. Oracle? I'm ready to depart. This is a farewell. Won't you say anything? Are you planning on leaving like this, with neither a weapon in your hand nor armor upon your back? I was planning on visiting the castle's armory before departing. I should find something there. I see. Grandmother. Chrono, give it to her. Take this, princess. This key opens the closet in the bedroom. That's where we've been kept something that belongs to you. Closet key. Yo! Finally get to get out of the closet! Oh, I would love a fucking Yuri love interest. This is... This is the armor your mother wore the day she met the king on the battlefield, fighting terrors. Mother, and this sword is a gift that the king ordered to be forged for you shortly after your birth. No one has ever wielded it. It has waited for you all these years. Chrono, why don't you go outside and tend to the garden while the princess changes? Of course. You obtained Prometheus? Like the guy who brought fire to humans? And was sentenced to have his liver eaten by a condor every day for the rest of eternity? Good to know. Obtained Maiden of Ashes. So I guess I'll probably be the only armor I ever need. Gosh, this is like after getting his sword fixed in Berserk. Or I guess just after the eclipse. The music is full of tension. An unsettling journey awaits. That looks like a collar. Okay. Finally, I'm ready to depart, Chrono. Although I try to hide it, there's a knot in my throat. And another one in my stomach. Princess. I'm caught off guard as Chrono suddenly bends the knee, his eyes now glistening sharply with a determination that could slice the air between us. With Crysteria's oracle as witness, and as a squire I have served as since the day I was born, I ask you to take me with you. Allow me to become Crysteria's sword and shield. I swear to you, I shall pledge to spill every last drop of blood for its salvation if I must. Chrono. You are the Oracle's kin. As it stands right now, you should consider me an enemy. Not an ally, Chrono. Yes, she is the Oracle. She is sworn to the goddess above all else. But I was born as a squire, and thus am sworn to my kingdom. And to you. In truth, I have feared setting off on this path alone from the start, and I know I'll need all the help I can get. Chrono, every son and daughter of Cristeria has the right to give up their life in service of the kingdom. However, you are also indebted to your grandmother. She has also given you a life and a home. It is her and her alone whose permission you should seek today. With that said, I shift my gaze to the Oracle. She remains silent, listening. Oracle, I'll be lying if I said that I do not wish to have my squire by my side, but I do not harbor any desire to offend you further than I already have. I did not return to life just to take from you what little you have left. Thus, I consider it inappropriate to allow anything other than your opinion to prevail on this matter. I leave the decision entirely in your hands. Chrono looks towards the Oracle, his expression tense yet focused. The Oracle breaks her own silence with a sigh. You are a man now, Chrono, capable of making his own decisions. I always knew that the day would come when you decide to leave, that your fate wouldn't be found in the calmness of acceptance. While I sought the goddess's mercy in the skies, you saw only the fragments of your dear kingdom, withering alongside its memories. The Oracle shakes her head softly. No, your fate has always been tied to hers. Grandmother? Go on. You have things to prepare for the journey. Take some food and all the gold you can find in the cottage. There should be much more in the castle's vaults, but I don't recommend carrying much on such dangerous paths. Thank you, Grandmother. Will you be alright? The kingdom is still infested with terrors. You shouldn't stay here on your own with no means to protect yourself. Come with us, at least as far as Fortuna. An oracle must never leave her kingdom. Your concern is misplaced either way. It is not me you should fear for. Come. I'll give you the last of the remedy I prepared. It should suffice towards your complete recovery. I shall pray to the goddess for your soul. Goodbye, home of my childhood, my silent kingdom. I'm taking your laughter and despair with me, as I march towards the unknown as a princess, a champion, and a murderer. If I am fortunate enough to return someday, I shall be with both my sword and soul tainted with blood, and with the world on its knees. For you. So like, wow. It was like, okay, we constantly put stuff into certain frameworks that allow us to navigate it in a way that makes sense for us, right? A lot of times we'll compare things in life to video games, right? In this case, we're comparing this to anime, and obviously this wants to be an anime in the same way that Killer Kid Cody wants to be a cartoon, or is a cartoon. It's serving both things. It's cartoon through visual novel, you know? And oh, there was a Kickstarter? Wow. Cool. It feels ambitious. I like it. Like it's art direction. I like the scope of the story is very much up my alley. I love dark fantasy. And we've been getting into this specific kind of dark fantasy lately. So it's certainly coming to our purview in a really serendipitous time. It has some really strong themes. Some of my Evangelion brain is tickled. I have a lot of strong feelings. And, like, it feels like it's like, oh, we have this anime series, and the pilot is a movie. Is kind of the feel that this demo took, because it, like I said, they could have ended it when I woke up. They could have ended it when I was saved. Like they could have cut it there to have been a perfect like cliffhanger. But I appreciate them not doing that, and them allowing everything to play out. And especially considering there wasn't any more combat once I woke up. I think it was actually pretty well paced, and it probably would not have taken 3 hours to play if I wasn't, you know, like streaming and reading all the stuff and, you know, taking my time. This probably takes like an hour and a half at most to finish if you're just chugging through it. But also I like taking my time. And in that sense of, like, say, the first episode of a Fate anime, there's a few episodes of Fate, like the episode 0 of the recent Fate series, what was it, Fate, something fake? The first episode is like 45 minutes or like an hour long. And like there's episode 0s to stuff all the time, but we really liked when you can take time with the introductory part to really like have you fully take in the whole concept. It really sucks that like television, for example, makes it so that so a pilot has to be like basically 30 minutes long. Obviously, the internet and stuff like, say, Netflix and digital streaming has made it so that a show doesn't need to be confined to the time slot that television forced things into, and that's how you get stuff like the last episode of a season or the first episode of a season of like some major television show being like twice as long or maybe more than the average episode length. And especially because we're thinking very 90s, early 2000s anime brain in terms of the stuff we've been enjoying lately, the vibes of what we've been enjoying, and the artistry of it. Especially with like Seinen and Otome stuff, it feels just like perfect for like the sort of false childhood moment nostalgia that we sometimes create in these moments where we play a game that obviously is trying to is very much inspired by like a certain moment in artistic history. It's inspired by a certain genre convention. Like it's sequestering itself specifically in a certain time frame or whatever. I keep saying like early 2000s anime, right? In that way, it drags me into the thought process of this framework of comparisons to like an OVA series or something like that. And when I say like a false childhood nostalgia, I actually pretty consistently will like to consume stuff like a TV show or a video game. Sorry, a video game as if it was a TV show. I mean, that's kind of what we do here with with our streams and stuff. Obviously, it's not 30-minute blocks of gaming because it would take forever playing week to week for that to happen. But I like the conventions of that framing and the way that the story is like bookended and stuff. I really like what's being done here, and this is by far not the only game that's doing stuff like this. I kind of lost myself a little bit when I would mean like the false childhood nostalgia. Sometimes we think of it like, okay, this game wants to exist at this time and it's inspired by games from this period. I imagine myself at the same time in the present, but also in the false past that you can construct from this sort of thing. Like playing Streets of Rage 4 in the headspace as if it was 1998, you know? Or playing something like this in the headspace of, oh, I'm watching this on the old internet. Wait, that's more of a fax machine sound than a like a DSL router sound, but you get the idea. Also, this game is going to be episodic. As you can see from the credits, it was mentioning like part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4. And I guess I don't know if they've had separate Kickstarters or if they had Kickstarter and separated the tiers based on supporting specific parts of the game. So for you to know that the game actually is in early access right now, so it's not done. I don't know if it's all of Chapter 1 that is out. I'm gonna check as soon as we're done looking at the credits. But, like, I'm really tempted to add this to rotation next week. Although maybe I'll just cheat and have an extra stream so I don't have to stress our schedule, which is in a really nice sweet spot. Starting with the demo and then playing the 2 main games that we're like hooked on to. But you know, sometimes something just finds you. But I guess we'll see. This month is difficult, but I'm definitely a huge fan of this. Just from this interaction alone, I'm so hyped. I'm vibrating. Also, I did not nearly give as much credit to the writing, because I was really captivated by it, but I wasn't mentioning it throughout playing. But I want to say, the writing is impeccable. It inspires me to write better and to write in a more specific way. Damn, part 8. It inspires me in a specific way. Especially as we're working on game stuff as well. Well, starting with a visual novel, which is a little different. But this certainly, I would definitely say, is visual novel as well as like a JRPG. Poppy Pop Rocks. Man, this is a lot of back. This must have been really successful. I'm actually a little surprised. It came into our feed recently-ish. It was before Steam Next Fest. They just I think we were just digging through like Steam demo catalog type stuff where it's like, oh, new demos that were released and stuff like that, and we came across it. Oh, Silent Hill F has a Steam page now. Got distracted. The early access contains both the prologue and chapter 1 of 3, so there will be 2 chapters left to see the whole story into completion. My plan is to keep working on these 2 chapters and update the game when I'm ready. The game is updated with next chapters. The price will increase. Okay, so they increase it as they open it up more. So in a way, it's episodic. It's only episodic with release, basically. I wonder why it goes up to part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6, part 7, part 8. I don't know if it went further up from that in these credits. They probably restructured it and like the chunks of story and content from when it was kickstarted. That's my assumption. I was just reading the Steam page. Similar to games you play, you and me and her. A love story. That's like when a game tells me, or when Steam tells me, oh, you'll like this game because you like Amori, and it's just like, oh, trauma. Same thing. So this isn't like a Deltarune deal. Well, I guess it... No? I don't know if all the episodes for Deltarune are gonna be individual or not. I mean, this isn't like that either. I've seen a lot of early access... I'm seeing an increasing amount of early access games that do this. Where it's like, we have a... like the Coffin of India and Lele is the same thing. Every major content update, every new chapter release, they increase the price. I'm pretty sure with Andy and Lele, but they're not cutting it up with like different DLCs or something. Although there are certain games that plan to do that, like Starfetchers. Like Starfetchers plans to release episodes as DLC. It seems to already have the structure in the game. I don't want to say it in the code, but yeah. But I heard that the episodes of all the chapters of Deltarune, although they will be separate chapters, will release at once. That's what I've been led to believe. One of our friends made us think that the Deltarune was gonna release, the rest of Deltarune was gonna release like this month. We almost went insane. So happy that it's not. Honestly, Toby, take your time. I know you're not watching the stream. You probably will never be on your radar, probably. But please, release December 31st at the end of this year, and I will be so happy. It'll be fine. It'll be great. Whew. The Silent Kingdom took me by surprise. A complete and utter surprise. I am enamored. It's taking so much self-restraint not to literally buy it right now, download it, and just play the rest of the content that exists right now. Like, you need to understand just how much I am into this right now. Also, let me check the... Lucky Cat, have you developed anything else? Not on Steam, at least. Oh, Serpent. Apple. Oh, there's some more characters. Yeah, so so what I just played probably was what was basically available for most of the time that this game had a Steam page. Because it was only in February the Chapter 1 even came out. Good to know. So yeah, support cool game developers who make cool stuff. Especially if they make me cry. Not that they made me cry yet, but I probably will. I mean, I've been drinking water again, so... Okay, I'm gonna have to take a break. We're approaching the 6th hour of stream, and we still have 2 more games to play. When we come back, I'm going to play Bayonetta, Cereza and the Lost Demon, and I'll probably either do some chatting or drawing after that, or go into another break before coming back to finish with Peripeteia. It seems that naturally doing talking about the discussion topic of the day at the end of whatever mission we're doing in Peripeteia and just hanging out in the apartment in Peripeteia on our balcony is actually a really nice vibe for ending out stream and like talking in the late night about the stuff on our mind and stuff we want to muse poetically about, I guess. So look forward to that. If you'll be around, because I don't know when you sleep. Right now it's 9 for us. When we come back, it'll probably be closer to 10. Maybe a quarter to. Obviously you're not in our same time zone or whatever. But after that, we'll probably be gaming for a couple of hours before doing another break. I hope that is enough information for you to make decisions on where else you want to be tonight. As always, you don't have to always be here. We love your company, but we also recognize that you got other shit to do. Not to say we don't like being in your background, or, you know, if you want to be like a lurker, lurkers always appreciate it, but, you know, I'm not gonna claw and beg at your feet. Please, please don't leave, Chad. I love you. I mean, I do love you, Chad, and please don't leave. But also, you're allowed to leave, I promise. Anyway, Soul Rebellion, what's that? Huh. Not anything I'm playing right now. Don't do this to me. So don't do that to me. Don't say that. Don't say Deltarune, because now I have to. So now I have to look it up. Now I have to put Deltarune. Now I have to put Deltarune into Google just to be sure, because I want to peel off my skin. There are too many good games all the time. I bet there's just a bunch of slop people posting about it. As Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 come closer than ever, Toby Fox's Forgotten RPG Undertale is just $1 in the Steam Spring Sale 2005, and everyone should play it. Is the article that came, the first article that came up when I looked up Deltarune under news. Okay, I'm fine. Okie dokie. Damn, I'm sweaty. It's hot now. Alright, taking a break. See you soon or later. Take care of yourself and drink plenty of water. And kiss your mommy.
The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
can be so hollow when the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip of respect. There'll never be a girl like me and they'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. Never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better. I can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. See the world of darkened flames burning bright, and I wanna live inside my memories. But I can't. It'll be as I once thought you. And I living every single day as if it were my own. And I'm looking forward to it all. Science. I'm hoping for my only cure to be open arms, wide open, wide open, wide open, oh, wide open.
land in Miami. The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Oh, you keep me coming for ya.
Okay, I'm back. I think I'll probably jump right into the game. When I take another break, I'm gonna need to get changed in, like, a shower. Fucking, cloth dips have so much more, labor involved. Game, wait. Not Steam. I don't need Steam right now. Let's see, just water, boop, boop. Wait, also, wait, I need to stick you somewhere. Oh, no, not there. Resistance Hall? No. No, that's nice. That doesn't super help. Actually, no, it actually does. 1 second. We gotta... Oh, that's cool. Nope. What? There we go. I was trying to change my tail, but I ended up changing my outfit too. I'm sure. Activate. I can't find my controller. Fudge. It's like water everywhere and not a drop to drink. It's like controller everywhere, but not the one I'm looking for. I have it now. Let's see. Alright, last time on Cereza and the Lost Demon, we met the White Wolf. We beat the first of the 4 major elemental bosses that we need to get the powers from to free the demon. And we got like a... We got like a poison plant-ish elemental transformation thingy. Destroying the first elemental core, Cereza and Cheshire continue into the depths of the forest to find the remaining 3. Switching elements, press Y to revert Cheshire to his regular form. Remember, Cheshire can only counterattack in this form. Oh. Changing back to Wood Cheshire is also why. You can check your current element in the bottom right of the screen.
Cool.
Good job. In Hug Mode, the magic gauge will replenish gradually. Switch modes when running low. Magic gauge. Adjust how Cheshire's special attacks work. Special attacks usually consume magic, but if you want a more laid-back experience, select always full to use them with no limit. Normal, please. Yeah. I'm starting getting the hang of combat. Hope I can get back. Oh. Biologist Journal 4. I discovered what is likely the remains of a campground within the forest. Perhaps I am not the first human to set foot in here. Even more curious, on the ground nearby, I found a crumpled flyer. It was advertising a circus of all things. Don't tell me that someone has the idea to set up a circus here. I apologize. I shouldn't even be entertaining such ridiculous notions. Though, if I do happen to come across another human in this forest, I will have much to ask them. Anyway, let's put that balderdash aside for the moment, shall we? Back to the plant life here. Recently, I've come across a plant that looked like a giant pea pod. I gave a mighty tug on what seemed to be the tip of its stem, and what do you think should happen? The pod split open, pouring out plentiful amounts of fairy candy. Could this sweet glowing candy really come with a plant like this? Sorry, hairball. Could this sweet glowing candy really come from a plant like this? But no, I remember seeing the same candy produced by other plants here as well. Perhaps this candy has some kind of... this plant has... But no, I remember seeing the same candy produced by other plants here as well. Perhaps this candy is some kind of purified crystalline energy that the ecosystem here generates naturally. And could that mean the sweet excess is actually full of forest nutrients? No wonder the fairies love it so. Ah. Perfect. I celebrated too quickly. Oh, hello. That's quite mean. A jester? Amadon, an apprentice clown.
Stop it! Give me a break.
Oh, one side stuck. I was hoping I didn't have to actually see it. But it doesn't make sense for me to hang back, technically. Oh! Oh, I didn't know that happens! If they get too far from each other, she has a meltdown. And it's like falling off of a cliff, you lose some health. And reset. That makes sense. The Peapot. This game is quite delightful. I do declare. The boards here are rotten. I hope they don't collapse. Oh my god, it's like a tongue. It is a tongue. Now I'm thinking of Scribble's nibbles. Maybe we don't have the ability to break that yet? Thank you, it's good to be back. How are you? Did you have D&D today?
Come here!
Oh.
Prepare yourselves! Cool!
Ha ha ha. Dun 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 dun.
Get out! Shush it!
Heck yeah!
You did it! What could that be?
Cereza spotted something that looked like fruit.
Looks good. Quick, let's go get it.
What are you doing?
Found Inferno Fruit!
Cheshire! Ugh! Now my hair's all sticky!
Yeah, that does suck. He has a very
Cheshire
mischievous
enjoyed his
face.
snack, as Cereza tried unsuccessfully to squeeze the pulp from her hair.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how important hair is to a witch? Be careful!
Oh, all that fur on your head and a fat lot of good it's done you.
Oh, the demon's retort was surprisingly deft.
Quiet! I'm working on it! Just you wait!
Inferno Fruit. A rare demonic-looking fruit from the Inferno that requires magically rich soil to survive. Full of nutrients and devilishly sweet, allows Cheshire to unlock powerful skills. Devouring an Inferno Fruit allows Cheshire to learn powerful new skills. The locations of some Inferno Fruits are marked on your map. It can be revealed by completing a Turnanog. Items Cereza can use to learn new skills are also hidden in the forest. Make sure to check your map and find them all. Unburned Apprentice Diary 4. This forest has a lot of infernal plants a lot more infernal plants than I expected. Is Avalon close to Inferno or something? Most of them are all droopy at first, but just sparkle a little magic and then they shoot up in no time. Doing so has opened up a few different paths in the forest, so I'm trying it out whenever I can. I'm also not an expert on exactly what plants are infernal, so I kind of just try some magic on whatever suspicious looking plants I come across. Speaking of infernal plants, I found this giant fruit near here that I've only seen in books before. It was called Inferno fruit, and the sweet scent alone hit me like a ton of bricks. I was hungry, so I tried taking a bite, but it was way too sweet for a human tongue. Practically inedible. Still, it did really energize me, so it must have some pretty strong magical properties. If only it wasn't so bloody sugary. I'd probably have taken some with me. We probably like it. I'm good. Had a good time spending time with my partners in VR chat while they were very high. Oh, that sounds cute. It was super silly. I haven't had D&D today yet, as my Friday game is a very late evening, from like 10 to like 2 a.m., give or take, depending on people's schedules. Oh, okay. We have to always remember you're behind us in time. It's not nearly as late for you.
This new power. Maybe we can use it to go to places we couldn't before. Maybe like this?
Pickup wave. Picking up Cheshire to create a small shockwave that stuns nearby enemies. Ooh, that will be useful. I guess that's the one I'll save for next. Over here. Oh. Oh wait, I pressed the wrong button.
Here, have some. Whoa.
Bitches love Scooby snacks, you have to understand.
Eat up.
This will help me run faster. This way!
Cheshire, over here.
Oh. Give me all your secret things. Oh, hello. I wonder what those do.
What is it with that jester? He's such a bother.
Okay. It hurts. It hurts. Where are they going? Is that the next elemental? No, we need to get to the elemental core before we have to fight anything. So maybe a sub-boss. Ha-ha! Some of this feels like a Resident Evil 5 puzzle, except it's one player. Inside the distortion, you will need to use your magic to dispel illusion, which shrouds the fairies with ZL, thus opening up to attack. Where are they? Oh, are you still over there? Ah, now enter the Turner Dog proper. This'll be a piece of cake. Time zones sure are treacherous. The gates are open.
You're getting punished!
Oh, hello. You look cool. Who are you? Bannock, Spirit Hunter. Still barely worth my time. Barely a pebble in my path. Consider how much damage enemies tend to do. You get a lot of health. Like, I feel like I probably won't struggle even if I don't get any more flowers of health. But I guess I'll find out. Although at this rate I'll probably get at least one more naturally before I finish the game. Turnadog complete! Working together, the two vanquished the Turnadog in Sun-Speckled Grove. Yet it still seems there's another Turnadog in the region.
What's this?
Something's carved here. Capture all humans who enter the forest. That can't be good. The Inferno Fruit is probably through there. But I don't have a ground pound yet.
Hello there, miss.
Oh, a different voice actor.
Who's there?
Cereza's heart leapt at the sudden voice.
Good question. Let's just say I'm the one you talk to when you want to know about the goings-on in this forest. Well, I'm not a fairy, at least. Take my word on that one.
Says the creepy voice from the shadows.
Try asking me something if you don't believe me. I'll answer any question you have.
Who's gonna win the Super Bowl next year?
Okay, have you seen any black wolves around the forest lately?
Oh, but you're looking for a white wolf, aren't you?
Oh.
How did you know?
You were a part of this forest now. That means your business has become my business.
Huh.
Trust in the path you take now. It's the right one.
Oh, that's useful to know.
But you won't be able to find those elemental cores as easy as you think.
You know about the elemental cores too?
Well, they are part of the forest.
Okay, tell me more.
Ahead, there is an old circus tent fairies use to lure human children into the forest.
Oh, that's why they do the circus.
The crazed ringmaster enslaves poor souls there to perform in his shows until they die.
Oh, like that one animation that has a weird music video of someone becoming a doll and being ripped apart. The Toby Fox collabed on with someone. That's a really weird pull from my subconscious, but sorry.
Until they die?
My apologies. Was that too scary? But you needn't worry. You and that demon of yours won't croak that easily. You've caused a big ruckus among those fairies since you entered this forest.
Well, we do have to fight them every few screens.
That just proves they're scared of you. And that demon, of course. Well, I'm afraid I must go. I wish you both safe travels.
The voice faded away, and silence once again enveloped the forest.
And she's gone. Just who was that?
Oh, got an archive? A voice heard among the trees. Forest Sage, a mysterious figure who appears suddenly before Cereza, introducing herself simply as the one who knows about the goings-on of the forest. She does seem well versed in the ways of Avalon, and tries to provide Cereza what guidance she can. She seems to have something of a personal vendetta against the fairies, which is likely linked, at least partially, to her reasons for wanting to help Cereza. Maybe there's someone from one of the journals. There's still at least one more named character we need to meet. plush punch.
Cheshire, here you go.
It's pretty cheap, so. Ooh, seizure time.
Let's take a break.
Weird. I smell trouble. Biologist Journal 5. It's been some time now since beginning my trek in Avalon, but it seems like the forest still has much to teach me. The other day, I stumbled across a curious type of plant. Its tall stem held a single piece of fruit. Not remarkable, at first glance. But, trust me, this was no run-of-the-mill berry. A short time after being picked, the fruit exploded. And I'm not talking about a patty cracker-sized pop either. No. This was a full-blown bang. Had I been a few steps closer, the journal would have come to an abrupt end. Another peculiarity of this plant is, for better or for worse, the ratio that we're able to actually hear these explosive fruits are fairly low. Perhaps the plant is not too indigenous to Avalon and has struggled to adapt. As the fruit resembles a large pomegranate, I decided to call these plants pomegranate for the time being. I realize now that if I were to ever publish these journals, they would very likely have a horde of evildoers rushing into the forest to misuse these explosive plants. I suppose I have no choice but to take these writings to the grave then. That doesn't sound very good. The bomb plants are probably what I need to break these rocks.
Could that be a wisp?
Like a will-o-wisp?
Cereza remembered something Morgana had told her long ago. Children who perish in Avalon become wisps, their souls cursed to wander the forest forever.
Hi there, little guy. Are you okay?
Who are you? Are you lost?
You can talk? I'm Cereza. What's your name?
I'm Colin.
Okay.
Colin, you look troubled. Is something the matter?
My friends. The fairies took them away.
Oh no.
Colm's lower lip quivered as he spoke. He explained how the fairies would round up wisps and tease them for sport.
Oh.
I want to go help them, but I don't stand a chance against those fairies.
You just leave those mean old fairies to me.
What? For true?
For true, for true.
The wisp wasn't the only one surprised by Cereza's bold claim.
Well, we can't just abandon them.
Girl and demon squared off. Neither budged an inch. Cheshire made it clear he wanted no part in this daring rescue. But Cereza was determined.
Well, I'm going. Even if I have to fight those fairies myself. What is this place? Some kind of fairy place?
It seems Cheshire intends to stay put. His body is saying, why don't you do it yourself?
Huh?
Is it a grave? I wonder whose it is.
What's this?
Poor little swing. If this forest has someone who could fix you. If only this forest has someone who could fix you. Fairyland Tower. Oh. How am I gonna turn a dog if I can't fight?
Cheshire. I knew you'd come. You need my magic energy after all. Since you're here, how about lending me a paw?
Cereza was secretly happy to see Cheshire, but he was silently brooding.
Something happens to you, and it's my neck, too.
The demon was just looking out for himself after all.
Well, with or without you, I'm still going to help those wisps. You just sit back and watch.
Oh, how's a weakling like you gonna save anyone?
The demon chuckled, his mouth twisted in a cruel grin. Pretending not to hear, Cereza pressed ahead.
I can't believe Cheshire is a tsundere. Oh, those are interesting. Oh! The show must go on! Oh my god, you're such a spazoid. I got a new butt. Wisps can be found throughout Avalon, trapped by the fairies. Press L to save them when you find them. Some wisps you'll find are trouble. If you help them solve their problems, good things will happen to you.
You're welcome. Cool.
Oh, it's all three of us. Wispy, wispy. Turn-a-dog complete. The two vanquished a Turn-a-dog in Fairyland Tower, yet still there seems to be other Turn-a-dog in the region. You have a giant hook in your face.
So after all that fuss, you're going to help after all?
Cereza teased the demon, who responded with a cold glare.
I strike any pests who come near. Unlike you, I have the strength to protect myself,
chided the demon.
Is that so?
If we can just drop the lever, you should be able to get into the tower.
exhausted.
I think actually I'm gonna have this one be a shorter one. I might try to sneak in a extra during the week, but oh gosh. If it was just me being tired, it'd be one thing, but I'm also having a little bit of seizures. So I am gonna do another break, and then when I'll be back, I'll do Peripeteia and end it out. Instead of pushing myself too hard, but I don't want to end too early because I want to play all the games. Yeah. But next time I'll finish Fairy Tower and probably get the next core. Honestly, I wanna be able to be going for the third core when we resume next week. When we resume this next week. Brain is paste. Sorry going to break again so soon, but here we are. Trying to learn not to apologize for having limitations and being disabled and stuff, and also just pushing ourselves really hard and like holding space for ourselves and stuff. But you know, entertainment brained. So we'll be on break, but we'll technically be here right next to the stream. Nap time.
The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me before I even knew her name. La la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
can be so hollow and the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip of respect. There'll never be a girl like me and I'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. They'll never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better. They can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. In a world of darkened flames, burning bright, and I wanna live inside my memories. Oh, I can't. It only as I once thought you. Every single day as if you were my all, and I'm looking forward to it all. Science, I'm hoping for my only cure to be open arms, wide open, wide open, wide open, oh, wide
friend in Miami. The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Oh, you keep me coming for ya.
It can be so hollow when the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip of respect. There'll never be a girl like me, and I'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. Never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better. They can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. See the world of dark and flames burning bright, and I wanna live inside my memories. Oh, I can't. It only as I once thought you can. And I live in every single day as if it were my own. And I'm looking forward to it all. Science. I'm hoping for my only cure to be open arms, wide open, wide open, wide open, oh, wide
was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me before I even knew her name. La la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
It can be so hollow when the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip of respect. There'll never be a girl like me, and they'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. They'll never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better than the better. They can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. I can do better. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. For my only yours to be open arms, wide open,
Wide open. Ooh, okay. Last game on. Alright, let's go to Neo Poland. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not sure what to expect for the next mission. Tune in next time. Wow. Lucid water. A cactus. I can talk to the cactus. Why so prickly today? You never talk anymore. Is it because you don't want to? Whatever, I don't have time for this. Yeah, I guess I'll need a lockpicking skill if I want to get in there. The Chasm, a battleground between towers long gone. The tutorial archaeology, where it all begins. Memorial Tower, a district of mysterious corruption. Okay, there we go. I have returned from a 4-hour-long Pal World sesh. Oh, wow. Sounds like you had a good time. Something wrong. Are the drunkets rioting again? Sightseeing tour. I call the Pal World version of Gudra. Goo. It's still sort of a long drop. Large battery, small battery. Bayonet? Like just the bayonet, not an actual gun, just the knife part. I guess it's just time to get lost for a little bit. You never know where there's some sort of swag laying around.
Hey, your eyes. You're a contractor, aren't you?
Yes, I was told there was a situation here.
You can call it that. There's a bunch of Reds downstairs. They blast into the server room and they're trying to get data on what we can't say.
Oh, it could be a little bit louder. Do you have a preference on how they should be dealt with?
We can provide a non-lethal option if you would like.
I like that.
Yeah, it's a rifle grenade firing AWGL with a gas canister non-lethal rounds. You should be able to keep a few alive with this.
Thanks.
Good luck down there. Is the job done?
No. Oh boy. I can see why he's kind of indifferent to if they lived or not.
Justice. Justice.
Oh boy. Okay, this feels like a nice time to save again. I haven't been able to loot anything. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ow. Well, that happened. Thank you. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. No ammo. Oh no, they damaged my eyes. I have to say, I am awake now. Oh my god. Yes, a grenade. Boom shakalaka.
See that? Just hear something.
What? Wow. That's just a drop off into the abyss. Yes, it is. What a thrill. Through darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. There's something in a mountain to you. What a thrill in my heart. And you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you, Snake Eater. In my time, I'll be no one else. Hi. It's the way I'm coming to you, Snake Eater. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater. One night you passed through the rain, and one day you feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For this day we see new life. Wow, that ladder goes down. There's nothing here. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater. I'm still in a dream, Snake Eater. Dun, 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 dun. Wow, this smog is fucked up. Oh, these are graves. It's like the sword field in Berserk. Wet sand. Okay, now I don't have to be afraid. Yeah, it'd be cool if there was a way for me to actually go over to that boat. I mean, plane. I guess never say never, but...
Justice.
I couldn't shoot for some reason. Heavily modified Moisen Nagant rifle, inherently its bolt action of 5-round magazine of blank 7.62 times 54mm ammo. This later 1970s version of the weapon sports an entirely different machine milled frame with a folding grip resembling the AK SMG. The introduction of its successor, the AWOL 3, didn't cause this popular non-lethal weapon to be abandoned. Ah. I can't seem to pick this up. Oh. Oh. Energy fuse. And of course there's multiple ways into this place. Ah! Come on. Whoa! Or I wish I could say I was original, like calling it Coroner's Pocket, but there's like a, I got that from like a post-hardcore song. Did you hear that? Fuck! I'm doing so well too.
beast!
Oh, I don't have the thingy from the first level where I get to slow down time. I don't have Sandevistan. What the fuck? Small gas tank with stuff. I wonder if that explodes if I shoot it. Whoa! So, does Puppeteer count as a... Yeah, Puppeteer does count as a, whatchamacallit skill. Grants control over characters without dialogue options, consumes 0.5 energy per second. Alright. Okay, let's check our journal. The commander in the apartments has asked me to kill or otherwise remove all of the terrorists downstairs. Should be easy, I suppose. It's not like I've never been in a firefight. Wow. Oh, hey, Specky. Oh. Hey, Jen. You haven't seen us playing this? This is Peripeteia. It's one of our favorite games right now. It's an immersive sim. It's Deus Ex vis-a-vis, I guess it would be vis-a-vis Ghost in the Shell? It's dark as fuck out here. I'm in a dystopic, like cyberpunk Poland. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I can't see shit without my night vision here. The air is so polluted in Poland that humans have to wear gas masks outside at all times. So when you see someone walking around without a gas mask, it's a clear sign that they're an android. Oh, sick ass. It reminds me of Stalker. Seems very cyberpunk now that you mention it. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, stairs? Lights? Damn, my homies love being able to see. What are you seeing in those deep dark waters? Is it hope? Or just a decompression? It doesn't make sense to swim in a body that sinks like a rock. And yet, inventory wise, I'm eating good. What can I say but eat trash yum? Huh? What's that sound? A tank? Several tanks? What the fuck? Alright. I don't think I have to kill those people, but I'm not sure. I was so sure of myself a minute ago. Oh. Did I mention this game is in early access? Oh my god! Why are you like this? I swear to god! No wonder this area has been so plentiful. Makes me feel like I'm in that early section of The Last of Us. Broke ass tanks. Eat shit. Why can't she run fast? She can run fast. What's the run fast augment? Oh, I guess I probably also can't run fast with the sword thingy. Normally I can sprint. I don't know why I can't. There we go. Nope, still not sprinting. Fuck me, I guess. Damn, this place is huge! And orange. It is huge and orange. Cowboy Bebop OP starts playing. Valid. I was trying to sing that yesterday. Well, not yesterday, last stream. But I need to study the lyrics, and I still need to do that because I didn't get a chance this coming week, or this past week. I was really looking forward to it though. I don't know if I want to go down there. Drone time. Okay. Oh, I can't run fast because one of my legs is injured. I'm dumb. Now I can run. Fun fact, if you get shot in the face, you might get blurry vision until you heal your head part. Because it will literally blind you. Or maybe it scrambles your brains. I'm not sure which exactly. But it's not good. Brazier? Oh. Yo! Lane! 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 We love Lane! We love Lane! We love Lane! We love Lane! Let's see. Get rid of the fluff bites. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to be upside down. That works better. Sorry, I just love Lane. Ah, Lane. We should watch Serial Experiments Lane. We should watch Serial Experiments Lane in the server soon. I feel like that's a good idea. Oh, that's cool. I guess I will sing Duvet though. I'll sing the shit out of Duvet. I gotta look up the lyrics first. Damn, it's really 2 a.m. and I'm still out here streaming. I'm insane. I hope you know that, chat. I really like the rain though. And you don't seem to understand. A shame you seemed an honest man, and all the fears you hold so dear will turn to whisper in your ear. And you know what they say might hurt you, and you know what it means so much, and you don't even feel a thing. I am falling, I am fading, I have lost it all. And you don't seem the lying kind. A shame that I can read your mind, and all the things that I read there. Candlelit smile that we both share. And you know I don't mean to hurt you, but you know that means so much, and you don't even feel a thing. I am falling, I am fading, I am drowning. Help me to breathe. I am hurting, I have lost it all. I am losing, help me to breathe. I am falling, I am failing, I am drowning, help me to breathe. I am hurting, I have lost it all. I am losing, help me to breathe. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I am falling, I am failing, I am drowning, help me to breathe. I am hurting, I have lost it all, I am losing, help me to breathe. Present day, present time, as they say. Alright, back to normal. Well, as normal as we get around here at least. Alright, time to turn the game music back on. We love Lane. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, that's a bunch of water. Okay, it's not too deep. But I don't know if there's anything down there for me. I love it when developers put faith in that they'll be worth putting something in the game, even though a lot of people might not see it. Because that lane graffiti is one such thing. Or at least that's how it feels. It's just nice to see things like that. Easter eggs and like quests and stuff. It's... I'm pretty sure those are the eyes of someone's goggles. I like your rendition of the song. Thank you. I would love to do like an actual like well done cover, like with music, and like rehearse and stuff like that. I mean, off the cuff, I think I did pretty well. Elevator. It doesn't look like an elevator is coming to me. I just hope it was a glitch. Although maybe it's like I can't call it unless I was like I started from the top. And of course there's no way out of here. I didn't think there was. Damn, that would have been really lucky. I have to run past all those tanks again. Maybe electricity's not on? I'm not sure what the damage is. Here you go. There's a good running animation. Maybe I'll translate that and figure out what that says at some point. Oh, cool. Okay, wow. I'm just getting treated real well. I'm so healed. Yeah, this is another one of those situations where I'm just like, it looks so cool. Actually, this looks a lot like that place where you have the invisible fight with the guy with the submachine gun and Ghost in the Shell. It's just like this. Wow. I'm falling. I'm fading. Oh, and then blow up. Okay. I'm not that hungry for destruction. What was that, a tank? Shit. Oh! What? Huh? Shit! Well, how's that for running fast? Oh, I remember I was down there. Can I get a second to appreciate this cool graffiti? Huh. Oh, I think I reloaded the save. F11, I gotta remember that. I was trying to screenshot it. It is hot down here. Okay, for a second I thought the tanks were up here. I was about to go insane. Well, more insane. Yeah, I can't climb up the superstructures like this. I need stairs. Stairs and ladders and scaffoldings, oh my. These tanks are pretty jank. Having grand delusions of Ghost in the Shell in my head, I kind of want to jump on top of one. But there's so many. If there was like just one tank, that'd be one thing. Oh, hello. So many tanks. I would probably benefit from going the way I came. I don't think I need to destroy those tanks to finish the mission. Oh. The ladder's broken from this level? Does that mean the only way up was the elevator? I sure hope not. Well, all the fucking, like, hardware I have now, I don't think I would struggle very much with the enemies that were, like, generally giving me trouble. I've been all over there. Yeah, I need to find another way. And it might not be possible from the locations I know about. Yeah, inside this building won't do me any good. It's just the 2 stories. It doesn't connect anywhere. Since I'm over here, Oh! Oh, I have energy. Damn. Froggy. Oh, I damaged my legs. I was like, I can't jump so high. Rough. I feel pretty lost. The drums. The beats, they break so well. I'm gonna try elevator one more time. It's hard to know when there's not any feedback to tell you if you're doing something right or not. Oh! Okay, it just took some time. Okay, I love when you're artificially stuck thinking that the solution in front of you isn't the actual solution. I actually don't love that, and that's sarcasm. I'm glad I don't have to deal with those fucking tanks anymore. I hope. Oh. The light through yonder window breaks. Wait. Have I been here before? Sorry? Another android? Talk to girl. Are you waiting for the train too? No, I just got off one. Oh, lucky. They take a long time here. Yeah. What's your name? Katya. That's a nice name. Did you want anything from me, or are you just, well, a little bored? I suppose I'm just wasting time. When you see a trans person in public and you're trans and you're trying to connect. Ah. Almost. But I ran out of chances.
Go away, you look lame. What's your problem?
Go away, you look lame.
I'm trying to get a fucking ticket to the outskirts. Some good shit out there.
Did my headphones die? No, they didn't die. They're just acting up. Oh, hello. Gondola girl. I'm full of good puns today. I am trespassing. Huh. Okay, that's a valid way. Polish elite. Oh. Huh? There we go. Reload. Oh, I have plenty of ammo for this. That's a weird place for an elevator. Oh shit. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! Elevator locked. You like the keycard. Please visit the maintenance room. What the fuck is that? Huh. Oh, I know these TVs. They're from the trailer of the game. Hmm. Oh. I really thought I would be able to interact with it. Let's just load that up. The trespassing is real. Silence is golden. I think they have like power armor or something. Wait, what? Whoa! Your gun is way too big. I don't like big guns. Oh, wait, fuck. I hear their powerful footsteps. This is like a... That was funny though. Oh, hello. Did I not... Wow. Wow, death was immediately interesting. I mean, it doesn't do much. Oh. This place is big. Have a good night. Thanks for coming through. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Up, up, up. Oh, that's also a 12 gauge. Unload. And drop. Whoa! I think let's go back to Gondola Girl. That might yield better results. And I might be in a place I don't need to be yet. I was probably in a place I don't need to be yet. Oh, okay. Okay, I was able to reverse the gondola. I actually remember that little path right there. Down there, that's actually where I started from. So I'm actually, by going the way I was going somewhere that I have no intel on. Trespassing, and probably isn't even my mission right now. Be nice if I could find a dealer, though. Whoa! A weapons dealer, I mean. There's usually at least one in every level, but I haven't found any. Mostly just to buy. Sorry, to buy. Mostly just to sell. Oh, I just went around. Whoa, blue light. Wow, this feels a lot like last time where I was kind of like was hard to find my bearings and the place seems so big. And in this case, this place is so big. But then, like, after a point, it was like, oh, I've seen here and here and here. And it's like a recursive loop. Well, I should have the necessary crap to fight. Is there a data pack even mentioned in the journal? So the fuckers that fought all the way at the bottom of the mega stretch of the mega city totally weren't my targets. The commander in the apartments has asked me to kill or otherwise remove all of the terrorists downstairs. Should be easy. Downstairs of the apartments, not downstairs in the whole grand scheme of things.
Just hear something. Say that.
Now that's verisimilitude. Okay, let's see. Alright, slowly, slowly. Just getting started. Oh. I didn't know I could do some quick changes. I do not remember how to do the canister thing.
Justice. Justice.
Oh, that's how I just grab the ammo out. Oh, that guy that shot from... No, that wasn't the same guy that I shot. Oh? Okay, here's the roof. I thought there might be something interesting up here. Now, if I can only remember how to, make this gun work. They're moving as a unit. Ah! Ah! I can't for the life of me remember how to do to put the canister on to actually shoot the gas. Oh, that's how you go in and out of first and third person when you're in on controller. Sorry. Well, that weapon came really in handy. Too bad it's almost out of ammo. Wow, almost died.